Well, a very warm welcome to the Golden Trail World Series. The best running show is back on, and we're in the middle of Chamonix for the start of today's 42-kilometre race, the 21st edition of the Mont-Blanc Marathon. Patrick Winston and David Hellard with you throughout the day, and it's going to be an absolutely massive event.
Already, we've been looking around this morning. There was fear there were going to be storms blowing through, but it is perfect racing conditions. The athletes are already warming up, and as you can see, this is our overall standing in the women, because the women go first 30 minutes before the men. They've done 3 races so far in the season, 200 points for a first place win, so not everyone has done 3 races yet, but you can see Marlon Osser is leading out today, but ominously in 6th place, only 2 races run, Maud Mathis, previous champion, is here. Sylvia Northscar will also be towing the line today. So a lot of new names though coming back in, including former champions Judith Wieder.
Yeah, really competitive women's field, and here you see some of the big names from the men's event. Elisine Alazoui is up there wearing number 1, and in the overall so far, with a series of 8, David, and then of course the grand final, we can't read too much into the standings at the moment because things will shape up as the season goes on.
Yeah, absolutely, and to prove that out, currently sat on 0 points is Remy Bonnet. He smashed the course record last year. He's won this series for the last 2 years. Our strong favourite today. He will be opening up his account, and he'll be looking back to seize control of this series away from Patrick Kippingino, who's won 2 for 2 in the first 2 races. He needs to make a big statement today. But first, it's the women who are going to lead us out. Equal prize money, equal television as well, and they're going to be starting 30 minutes before our men.
Yeah, and Sophia Laukley of USA, who of course doubles up in terms of professional sport with cross-country skiing and trail running. She's in the same sort of position, joining the tour a little bit later than we were expecting due to injury, and with 3 races already run. If she's going to be in the running to defend her title, she's got to put in some good races now.
So this is the race we've had so far. As you can see, we had Kobe on earlier this season already. Zagama was our last race, and it now brings us up to Mont-Blanc, the 3rd race in the season.
Then Sierra Zinal in Switzerland. Tatra, we go to Poland. That's going to be an absolutely fantastic event, massively supported. And then 2 races, David, out in the USA, and they've grouped the races together to pretty much limit everyone's travel required.
And then this is the grand final. We're going to Switzerland, home of Maud, home of Judith, home of Remy. The course will be new for our race this season. It's going to be an exceptional end to the season. The big question today, though, is who is going to seize control of our women's race, because for me, it is the best trail running field in the history of Golden Trail running today. We have Maud Mathis, we have Judith Wieder, we have Madalena, the winner of our final last year, and Sophia also returns. So there are at least 5 women who can win today's race. But whether Sophia is ready to race, she turned up to Kobe with a slight injury and decided not to race just the day before our start line. And so there have been questions on whether she is fully fit and if she can dominate today in the way she did last year. But this is the course that we're going to see today. And as you can see, rising up to huge elevation here from the start line in Chamonix.
Yeah, so it's a fairly steady start as they work their way out of the town. But as soon as they get to Le Tour, the real business starts, and then they'll be heading up to 2,200 metres. And in all, over 2.5 kilometres of climbing throughout today's race.
The real challenge here is a lot of our trail races are an up and down, straight up a mountain with a strong finish. But today it's split in half. It's 13 kilometers of very fast running to start them out before they hit Col de Posset, the peak of our race. But it's actually the second half, the long drag to La Flagère, where we've seen in previous years runners like Elisina Lazoui fall away. And if people have put too much into this opening, it's a really, really long and tortuous second half to the race. But we've got runners like Judith Wieder today who are exceptionally fast on the downhill. For me, the fastest downhill runner in the world right now. And similarly, Madalena Florea from Romania, very, very fast on the downhill. So it's the second half of this race that will really decide who's going to be our winner. And it's not going to be to that final downhill that we'll know if people like Judith and Madalena are running down the rest of the pack.
Yeah, we talk about records a lot in each of the events, and Mont-Blanc Marathon is no different from the others. The course changes, and there's had to be a course in the last week due to the weather conditions and floods that they've had recently. But one of the big changes over the years, David, is we have a look at the World Series, and of course we are on number 4 now in Mont-Blanc, France, and that comes on the back almost a month after Zegama. But one of the main features that I picked up, that big descent into the finish, which didn't used to happen. So how significant is that?
We saw in previous years, it's quite often the race has been set before they take that downhill. We've seen third place Elozine lose his position to Roy Urida in the past. But the difference is that this year, I think we've got far stronger female descenders and male descenders. And so even if people like Remy or Sophia get a good lead, because they've struggled to keep the pace by the time they get to the peak of La Flagère. It is a very, very fast descent. And if you've got dehydration, if you're cramping from not taking on enough electrolytes, it can be extremely painful to run down that hill. And they will have some very fast runners. We've mentioned already Judith, but people like Bart Prodziewski from Poland as well, a very powerful descender who's already shown this season he can pace himself all the way to that finish line. But what's been really different this season is typically we've started with Zegama in May, but because we've extended the season to take on Asia with Kobe and the Four Sisters Mountain Trail, some of our runners have been running as early as April. And so it's an extremely long season, and that makes it very challenging for our runners to know how to peak and which races to choose, because only 4 of your races count towards the final, which is why we haven't seen runners like Remy run until today. But because there's only 5 races left and he's only intending on doing 4 of them, he needs to win pretty much every race he's in to guarantee he can win this series.
Yeah, that's a big ask as we have a look at the profile of the course. One big change coming in recently, as we mentioned, that's between 13.5 and 18 kilometres up to Posset. And although they've cut a little bit of distance out of the race, David, the actual route that they're now taking looks something like the profile of the Alpe d'Huez in the Tour de France. It's absolutely brutal.
Yeah, I mean, we call it a marathon, but it's 43.4k, which just seems unfair that you've got to run that extra mileage with only the kudos of a marathon. But this is our top 10 coming in now, cheered on by the crowds. These crowds will be increasing massively by the time they come to the finish. But this is Samaya from Nepal. She's more suited for ultra distance, but has joined the Golden Trail this season and is already looking like she could be a solid feature in that top 10. This is Anastina Akila from Finland, another good ultra runner who will be hoping that she'll be bringing back that field through the second half of this race. And here we can see our last 5 winners, and a lot of names changing. You can see in the men's in particular, no one's done back to back.
Yeah,
and
Remy,
what we don't
as
see
you
is
mentioned,
that more.
was going to say, David, Remy Bonnet, I think at the start of the season, a lot of people would have thought he was going to be the first to do that, get the back-to-back. But, coming in so late, he cannot afford any mistakes.
Yeah, absolutely. And he said in the press conference yesterday he's been training more focused on running with the end of season in mind, because he was just tired by he got to the final. But this is Judith Weider. For me, she is one of the favourites today. She's never run at Mont-Blanc before. She's never actually been to Chamonix before, which is incredible when you think for how many years she's been running. She won this series back in 2019. Marathon distance is a little bit far for her. She's 5 times world orienteering champion, and so she is suited to those half marathon sharper races, but she also has the maturity to see herself through the finish line. So it'll be interesting to see if she can pace this race well and have that ability to come from behind. But one athlete we haven't seen yet who has run through is Yao Miao from China. She came second last year. She has a 2:29 marathon under her belt in the last calendar year. But we're going to hear from one of the favourites today, Sophia.
And have been bouncing around the U.S. kind of since, but now I live in Norway. A skier in the winter and a runner in the summer, and it's very chaotic, but I like to compete and I like to be outside, and this is kind of the perfect life for that. For me, Mont-Blanc, I remember finishing the race last year and just being pretty mind blown with the whole environment. And yes, I won the race, so crossing the finish line and going through the whole the crowds at the finish was insane. But I don't think I realized what trail running was like. And obviously, not every race is like this, but this was by far my favorite race experience, and it helps that I had a good performance. But I knew the day I finished that I wanted to come back because one, I remember being on the ridge, and I've never been in the middle of a race where I'm I have to run, but I want to stop and look, because it's this is crazy. I've never seen anything like it. And so yeah, I remember that was a funny little it was throughout the whole race. I was normally I'm fully in the zone, and so that was the first time where I was okay, I think I need to look around me because this is different. So yeah, that was just, I think this is such a cool place, and to combine a very elite event with just a good time and a good time in the mountains, that's why I'm back.
Yeah, it's going to be fantastic to see how Sophia Lauchley gets on today. We should talk at some stage, David, about that transition between the two sports and why injury is always a possibility with the different demands of, in her case, cross-country skiing, which is very, very gentle on the body, and not the heart and lungs, but very gentle on the joints and the ligaments compared to trail running, which is a hard sport. We're going to see that today, and we wish her well, but as you've mentioned, this field is absolutely stacked, and Lauchley is going to struggle to repeat her success of last year.
Yeah, and as she is a very experienced athlete, but she's not an experienced runner. She only began the series 2 years ago, and so we're finding with Remy even, who has been racing for years, it's taken him 5 or 6 years to get his transition from skimo in the winter to trail running and get that right, so he can actually perform. We saw he's only won this for the first time last year, and even when he won the series 2 years ago, his pre-season, there wasn't enough running in there wasn't enough weight training, and Sophia is currently trying to find that balance to allow her to not only race at the end of her ski season well, but then to be able to transition. But this on screen now, this is Jennifer Lichter, and she's someone that most of our runners won't know, but she's actually won Broken Arrow, the 52k 2 years ago. She's a very, very good runner. She's won Gran Canaria Marathon this year. So she'll be someone who they won't necessarily be expecting to be amongst them. And quite often, if you have a new face that you don't know, it can change your own game plan. But here is the cut, and here's the start of the 21st Mont-Blanc Marathon. Our ladies leading out, and Madalena Floria already at the front, the 1:11 half marathon runner. showing her intent to pick up where she left off, winning last year's final. But we're going to be going through the town, and there's a very, very fast start. In fact, the first 13.6k is pretty much what we deem a sprint. And here we have the Gamma winner, Sylvia Nordstar, already at the front. Clearly showing her confidence that what the Gamma's done for her. She's not someone who typically leads out, but she's moved to Chamonix 6 weeks ago. She said yesterday that it's changed her belief running the Gamma, and she also now knows that she can pace a marathon and race it from start to finish. So hopefully a good sign that she started so aggressively, given there were a few question marks about whether she had a knee that was going to hold her back and stop her racing.
Yeah, well, you can see the strapping on that right knee for Nordstar, the Norwegian, and it's going to be interesting to see how she gets on, the 30-year-old. Certainly from last year's race, David, we were expecting to see the Chinese athlete Miao Yao sort of make a name for herself in the early stages. She went absolutely ballistic over the first kilometre last year. I guess she's learnt her lesson and will just hold things back a little bit before the hard work starts.
I love Miao Yao. I suspect she's probably learned her lesson for this first mile, but come mile 2, she'll be back at the front. She's had some incredible seasons previously. I think one year in 2021, she DNF'd as many races as she finished because she goes out so hard. But actually, she's in better form this year to run from the front because she was training for the Olympics. She did a 2:29 marathon in November, and then had a hernia, rushed back from her training to try and beat that time for the Olympic qualifier, and then got injured with her right knee. So when we saw her in China, she had a heavily strapped right knee, and it's made her realise that she needs to do more weight training to try and protect herself from injury. So speaking to Chris, who's the Team Salomon, he said that actually she now feels stronger than she ever has at this point in the season, and he wouldn't be surprised if actually she goes out even faster because of that, because she's got a faster marathon time now than last year, and she's got that extra leg strength. So I think as soon as we hit the trail and those slight undulations, we may see her start to emerge at the front. But Judith Wieder at the front, no Maud yet to be seen, and Sophia, clearly both of them happy to sit back. Judith, I know, was worried about how cold it was going to be, so maybe she's running a bit faster to try and get her temperature up, but she had said that she didn't really want to be leading out, so maybe they're all sat around waiting to see who's actually going to attack, and no one yet has necessarily put down the pace. But we can see there just in the red on the left, that's Yao Miao, who's in striking position, and Madalena Faria in the red on the right. Romania and Salomon, also someone who we expect to be going very fast up these smoother trails. But I believe it's our French runner at the front at the moment. Great to see.
Yeah, it's early days though, isn't it? And it's far more packed than it was at this stage last year, weaving their way in and out of the streets of Chamonix, heading for Le Bois, and then L'Argentiere will be the next landmark in 6 kilometres time, and it looks relatively easy running at this stage, so it is a fast start. But they all know what is to come, and you can see the steepness of the valley sides because that's the way they're going. They're going up, and the climbing. What would you say? The real climbing starts at about 13k.
Yeah, I mean, we say real climbing for anyone who's at home. The real climbing is pretty much from about 3k in, because in that first 13k, they still run about 500 meters of ascent, so there is a lot of climbing. It's just not as steep, and once they hit Le Tour, that's where they really get to the intensity. And actually this year we've talked about slight adjustments to the course. It's making that climb up to Col de Posset even steeper, so we'll we'll start to see their body language change at around 13.6k. But all the way through here, as they come out of the town, and they, if anyone's been to Chamonix before, you'll recognize some of these trails. There are quite a lot of false flats, and if you're not used to this course, it can be quite confusing because you feel like you should be pushing the pace, but actually some of these trails can be slightly steeper than you think, and if you're trying to run quickly, there are a few burps, a few little molehills that are suddenly quite sharp and steep, and so it does take you out of your fluidity quite often. But notably, if we see our front pack, we saw them on the screen earlier. Caitlin Fielder, Therese Leboeuf, they're very experienced runners. Therese Leboeuf has come third in Zagama before, has come fourth in Mont-Blanc, and the fact that they're not with this front group does show that there is already a splitting in the pace, and that front pack are really intent on putting down some fast pace to begin.
Yeah, what sort of time you're expecting? I saw from the weather forecast there's a little bit of drizzle expected during the middle of the day, which will certainly dampen some of the descents. Are we going to be looking at anything like the 4:12:39 that Lauchley produced last year?
I mean, her time was just sensational last year. It was her first ever marathon, but she did say that she was basically running on fumes by Le Flageur down. So by the time she got to 35k, she'd pretty much run out of energy and was just holding on for dear life. So there's room in her. She has the capability to go faster than that. I believe Maud, Judith could also do the same. But as you can see, there have been some puddles on this course, and it will dry out. But as you said, Patrick, it's on that downhill that it's going to affect it most. And so this climb, it shouldn't be too bad. It should still be fast. So I suspect they may be close or under course record when they get to Argentiere, which is around the 10k mark. But we won't really know until they come off the Col de Posset how much the weather's going to affect. There is some grass, wet downhill running, but because it's so exposed up here, quite often it can burn out. And even on a day like today that there is mist, it looks like it's covered. Because of that altitude, it can have quite an impact, and you dehydrate far faster at altitude than you do at sea level. And so potentially by the time they get to Col de Posset, around an hour and 50 minutes in, it could be that this route is a lot drier.
Yeah, we should be getting to Col de Posset just after the 8:30 mark this morning, local time in Chamonix, an hour ahead, of course, of those watching in the UK. We should be able to sort of check the pace relative to the record achievements of Sophia Lauchley last year. Such a beautiful course in the early stages. Temperature-wise, David, with the sort of mix of sun and rain expected today, temperatures only getting up to something like 18, 19 degrees, which is, as you said at the top of the program, that's just about perfect.
Yeah, and you can see they're quite covered here, and this is where it can be quite deceptive, because the first half of this race is nearly all tucked away in the trees. You can see Judith taking racing line there. She's an Argentiere at heart, but because you're in these trees in the first half of the race, you feel like you're not too hot. It's very early in the morning. It can play with the racer's nutrition strategy, and quite often they're just not taking on enough liquid. So by the time they get to the peak and they hit that first downhill down into Vallecine, where on the down they can't really take on too much nutrition because they need their hands free, they're concentrating, and they suddenly hit the exposed side of our valley. Even though it's only going to get up to 19 degrees, that will be potentially very hot for them. And so if these ladies aren't taking on enough liquid in the first half of the race, they'll get to that aid station at Vallorcine, they'll realise they haven't drunken enough liquid, and then they'll have no water, no additional stops until they get to La Flégère. And so it's actually this part of the race where it doesn't feel hot, where they're not overheating, that they need to be taking on as much nutrition as possible, because if they don't, they'll suddenly find out in their second half that they're already behind, and there's not enough nutrition on the course for them to catch up.
Yeah, quite a few of the athletes carrying their own fluid, David, as we can see. In terms of fluid intake, what are you looking at in terms of per hour, just to make sure that the body stays hydrated? As we all know, as soon as the dehydration hits, the performance drops.
Well, you can see already Sylvia drinking on the right and Julia Font on the left here. A lot of these athletes will, it partly depends if they're using gels, if they're going to try and drink their nutrition. So a lot of the athletes will like to have 2 bottles when they come through the aid stations, one with water, one with their nutrition in. And so ideally they'll be looking to take on 500 millilitres with each aid station, approximately 1 each hour. And if they're taking gels, it might be slightly different, where they have a little bit less liquid. But that's one of the big questions for the athletes. Is sometimes it's a lot easier to take your nutrition just in your drink, because you know you're going to take it all. You can space it out throughout the run, but it does mean sometimes you don't finish all of your nutrition by the time you get to the next aid station, which is where gels can be useful, because even though they may be sometimes harder to stomach, at least you can take it all in one hit and know that you're not leaving some of it in your bottle or out on the course. But I suspect most of our runners here will be taking on liquid. I know it's been a real issue for Madalena Florea. When she first raced her first Golden Trail, it was in Sierra Zanao, and she actually led until the 20k mark, where Sophia passed her, and it was because she's just unable to take on nutrition during races. She does have a lot of nerves. She's said that she's struggling to even take on breakfasts, and so that's something she's been working on very, very closely this last year, is how she can not only take enough fuel on before the race, but actually to start drinking more and more of her nutrition. And we saw in the final that she won, that she had a nutrition strategy nailed all the way up to 30k, but whether she can do it for marathon, it's her first time racing a trail marathon. That's going to be the big question for her, is not just does she have the legs, but does she have the stomach for it. But this is a big pack, for a really big pack. You know, more than our top 10 are here, and there's some athletes I believe will be in our top 10 who aren't in this front pack. So already we're seeing like the strength of depth in our women's field is quite remarkable, and really great to see just the growth that this sport has been going through our last few years.
Yeah, Melanie Gilbert from Canada is in there at the back of that pack. I think she may be surprised that she's within 25 metres of the leaders at this stage as they head up the valley towards Argentiere. Skiers amongst you will recognise the Grand Montet up on your right-hand side. That is what Chamonix is famed for, but I can tell you, a visit to this part of the world in the summer cannot be beaten. It doesn't matter whether you're a mountain biker, a walker, a runner. It has everything you could want. It's absolutely stunning. And it was interesting to hear Sophia Lauchley at the start saying that she'd never been in a situation where she couldn't focus on the race because she was so blown away by the spectacle.
Yeah, I mean, it's as you return down the valley, you can see Mother Mont-Blanc in the distance. I mean, it is truly breathtaking. And that's one of the reasons why the race used to finish at the top, because you could then have the iconic photo with the Mont Blanc in the background. But actually, with the crowds as they are now, people want to finish that iconic finish line. So we have Therese Leboeuf to the right here, and the Swiss runner. This is behind the front of our pack now, so I suspect this is kind of 14th, 15th place that we're looking at, and this was because our cyclists can't keep up with our runners. We have a combination of cyclists and orienteers out on the course who'll be filming today, and they have to try and weave in and out, but the bikes can't get up all of these sections, and the runners themselves sometimes struggle to keep up with our athletes, particularly on the downhill where it's extremely technical. And I believe that is Jennifer Lichter on screen at the moment, who is new to the Golden Trail this year. In fact, new to trail running 2 years ago, so it's exciting to see what she can do today. But you can see these little molehills that they're steeper than you think, because they're only 2 or 3 meters, and it does actually start to build up the lactic and change your body position. So already these slight climbs are thinning out that field, and we can see that a little bit of climbing and suddenly it's changing who wants to be at the front. And we can see Sylvia there and Caitlin on our left, Sylvia in the middle, already just settling into a more relaxed pace, happy for that front pack to lead the charge, but still a very big front female pack, which I'm surprised at this stage of the race.
Well, there you can see the cameraman on the bike in front, an adapted GoPro system that enables us to see the pictures that he's producing at the moment. That's something they've had to work really hard on, is to get the weight down so they can transmit the pictures. You know, in the past it was 15 kilos they had to lug around with them. I think they've cut that by 1,000% down to just over a kilo now. But they do a great job throughout the day, and should bring us all the highlights of this race. Just a reminder, it's the Mont-Blanc Marathon. It's over 42k, simply because the course has to change. 1 or 2 farmers not wanting the field to go, not wanting the runners to go through their fields, but round them, which can increase the distance. But more significantly, David, is the altitude gain. Every 100 meters of altitude gained is the equivalent to adding a kilometer to the distance. And if you add 25 Ks to your marathon distance already, we're really looking at a massive day of 65k, and hence the time expected for this marathon is going to be somewhere just over the 4-hour mark.
Yeah, and in altitude, we're seeing Judith, who's on the front of the pack at the moment, with Madalena on her shoulder and Maud. She's never run on Mont-Blanc, but last year she won the Dolomites race. She's a very, very good technical runner. As we've mentioned before, 5 times world orienteering champion. She's had quite a journey from her victory back in 2019 from now. At one point, I genuinely didn't think we'd ever see her at the front of a field ever again. You know, a truly inspirational figure, but someone who's not known for marathon distance quite as much. But Maud as well, she won in Kobe. It was in some ways a surprise, because typically Maud of 2 years ago, before her injury, would be leading out a race like this. And Maud is someone who loves to suffer. She, as soon as the climbing starts, she hurts herself until the end of the race. But she was quite happy in Kobe to sit back in 3rd for the first 3 laps. And it was only really in the 4th lap that she suddenly came through. And she said that because of her injury that she's had, she still can't run very much. She's still doing 60-70% of her training on the bike, which means that, and she's also had to remove her speed sessions out of her training. So Maud has actually lost her top speed, and arguably she wasn't particularly known for her top speed previously, and so she's had to race at a slower pace and hope that the field comes back to her. So the fact that she's already at the front at this stage of the race, it does surprise me, because Sophia, Madalena and Miao Yao, they all have the top end speed that if I was them, you don't want to be burning your match is too early, but actually you need to be taking advantage of your higher end pace when you can. And so I'm quite surprised actually that no one has taken to the front, and the fact that Judith is to me showing that she's feeling stronger than they are today, and potentially they're not brave enough or confident enough to actually attack early in this race.
Yeah, Judith, as you say, not so experienced here in Mont-Blanc, but Maud Mathis, she won here in 2012. She won again in 2021. That experience has to be worth a huge amount. She knows exactly what it takes to win, as does Sophia Laukley. How much of an advantage does that give them over the other athletes that haven't had success here?
I think notably because Judith hasn't run that downhill before. She's not raced it before, and it's really going to be there's a very technical descent halfway up the final climb at Bécher, and also Le Flégère, that the downhill into the finish. Those are the two areas for me where we're likely to see people like Judith gain the advantage, but the fact that she doesn't know it as well does mean she'll have to adapt on the fly without being able to attack it with the same ferocity that she would a race like the Dolomites that she knows incredibly well. So Maud will know how to pace this race, which is a huge advantage. And what was interesting yesterday at the press conference with Sophia was that I asked her, which of these top 5 runners she fears the most. And she said she didn't fear any single one of them. She was more nervous about the fact there were so many top end runners that it was going to be very hard to predict what was going to happen, because all of them can play tactically very, very different races. But Judith, I've mentioned a little bit about some of the injuries of the athletes on the course. Judith actually had a stroke when she had her second child, and lost quite a lot of her capacity in her left-hand side. Her vision still isn't 100% in her left eye, which does slightly affect her downhill running. And when she rushed back for the 2021 season, she did win the Dolomites run, but at Sierra Zanao, it was evident that she'd come back too quickly and then had a major hip injury. And so ever since then, it really has been a question of whether she could get back to that form. And even with her victory last year, again at Dolomites, she said that she's still not at full capacity. And so this could be the first race we're actually starting to see Judith with the confidence that she used to have. And, if Judith is leading coming into that second climb, it's going to be very hard to beat her because of her downhill speed. But here we can see the men's top 10 coming through. Bart Prodziewski, one of our favoured runners, it's his tour with the Golden Trail. He's looking to get back on the podium last on in 2021 here. So we will be seeing their start in around 7 minutes. But we can see there's
the men lining up as we get the split screen. You can still see the leading ladies. We're down to a leading group now of 5. We'll try and ID each and every one of them in a minute. And as the women head up towards Argentiere, the men are on the start line. And Remy Bonnet, of course, is everyone's favourite to win this, as he did last year. 3:35.04 the winning time last year. Slightly different course, so the time not quite so relevant. And here are some of the big guns in the men being introduced, and Elassine Lazoui is he's one of the crowd favourites, isn't he? And he's someone who's not going to let the leaders get away.
I mean, he looked like he was running like an old man there. Was he hobbling in like Yoda? Elassine loves to follow. He never likes to be at the front of a race. Here comes Remy, and you can see the crowds already building up. I mean, this is only 7:10 in the morning. By the time they finish, those crowds will be massive. But yeah, I mean, Elisine loves to follow, and him and Remy know each other very well. You'll actually see them looking at each other throughout the race, because there will be times at which Remy will tuck in behind Elisine and almost give the nod to, like, come on, you do the work, I'll follow you. And similarly, Elisine will happily sit on his shoulder. The big question for Elisine is, though, he has had two of the worst performances in Mont-Blanc history the last 2 years. He's absolutely blown up in the heat. He's another person who struggles with his nutrition, but actually, bizarrely for him, everyone thinks because he's from Morocco, he should be incredibly good when it gets hot, but he really struggles with the humidity that we often see here. And while it's not as hot today, which we'll be very pleased about, because of the trees, it still captures quite a lot of that moisture. And as we've said before, that second half, that climb, when you're pretty much exposed all the way from the 25k point, the 23k mark, it still could be very hot for him. And so he's shown that he's at the final, he can manage his nutrition better. For me, that's his best performance because of the distance, but he's still yet to perform well at marathon distance. And he'll be up there on that first climb. Col de Posset, he'll be up there, but it's whether he is taking on enough nutrition in that first half of the race and actually listening to what's happening for that second half. Now we've got our front women here, and this is exactly who we thought were going to be in our top 5. Judith Wieder at the front. Madalena Freire from Romania on the right. On the left was Maud Mathis from Switzerland. Tucked in behind them, Miao Yao from China. And at the back, she's looking cool and relaxed. It's Sophia Lockley, last year's season champion. I mean, there's no sign of weakness from this group yet. They're all looking incredibly relaxed. And I think they'll all be quite happy with this situation. I don't think anyone will be surprised to be seeing who's around them. As we said, it's not until Le Tour, around 13k in, which is the 1 hour mark, that we're really going to see the steep climbing begins. But even when they get to Argentiere, which is 10k in, there is quite a sharp, steep climb, and I suspect at that point we may see that group change a bit. But slightly behind that is Anastina Akea from Finland, looking strong in our top 10. She's an ultra runner. She'll be coming back towards the end of the race. And now to the men's start. And this is going to be an extremely fast start indeed.
Yeah, just over 2 minutes to go before the start of the men's. And as we mentioned, Remy Bonnet is in there, Elisine Lazoe. We've got Robert De Lorenzi. Keep an eye out for him. Brilliant Swiss
hey guys. Yeah, I'm Remy
runner,
Bonnet, and I'm a really versatile athlete.
Here he is.
Like, from ski mountaineering to trail running. So I win the world championships in ski mountaineering 2 years in a row. So yeah, I'm quite good with my skis and also with my running shoes. Like I am double winner of the Golden Trail Series the past 2 years. So I am back in Chamonix now to try to win it again this year and to make the most of it. So yeah, Mont-Blanc Marathon is my first race this year with the Golden Trail. So yeah, I am back with a good shape, I think, and I am ready to try to win it again like last year.
And Bonnet, of course, often touted as the best climber in the world, David. Is he going to prove that today? He hasn't got Kylian Jornet to contend with, but he's got some pretty tough opposition.
I mean, so this is what I love about Remy. Last year, Remy often plays with his opposition, and he races partly to his heart rate, but also just to mess with the other runners. And we saw last year on that climb, some of the other runners dared to run with him. We had Eli Hemming and we had Anthony Felber try and take that first climb with him, and he just said, okay, you want to go uphill? Let's see what we're doing. And he started to absolutely push the pace, knowing that he was well within himself. And we saw Anthony just blow up as a consequence. And so Remy's someone who is, if you ask him a question, he'll give you his honest opinion. I've said to him, like, how are you this year? How are you compared to last year? He feels confident. But this is the countdown to the start of our race.
So here we go, the start of the men's.
The 21st Mont-Blanc Marathon. We normally see a local runner lead out. Theo Deton is someone who likes to race at the start of this the first few kilometers. He's just done the 90k. But what we suspect may happen here, we do have Kevin Kibet, who is a 61-minute half marathon runner. He raced in Zagama. He is in this pack. Robert Bakimoy as well, a very fast marathon runner who won Trans Canaria. Both of them, I think, will be using their marathon pace to be at the front of this race. Remy's already at the front. I'm kind of surprised by that. It means he's feeling great. Typically, he's happy for other people to lead and to let the pace settle into itself. And actually, he's clever enough to know that he doesn't need to push the pace early. And if others aren't running too fast, he's happy with that. But this shows supreme confidence already.
Yeah, nice to see Bonnet making his mark early on. I think his intentions are fairly clear, weaving their way in and out of the crowds. It's early morning in Chamonix, but many of the holiday makers have got themselves out of their beds to support the start of this race. And by the time they come back in just over 3.5 hours' time, there will be thousands and thousands of spectators to see them in. And it's a busy sporting weekend, David, with the start of the Tour de France yesterday and of course the Euros going on. But this is still the event that many of the locals want to watch.
Absolutely, I did catch some of the tour, and some of them apparently are going to be cycling with their phones so they can watch this race. That's how important it is. We can see some fun runners in here. Some Fred de Shred, Fred Tranchard from Dylan, an unexpected runner at the front here. We often do have a local front runner get on the screen to make a bit of a name for themselves. But Fred Tranchard was in our series, came third in Dolomis Run on our left here. He's an Argentiere. He's someone we expect to see in the top 10. Looking good.
Talking about front runners, you made your bid for glory in the London Marathon on one occasion. You know, the GoPro could hardly contend with the speed that you were putting in. How did you find the pace in the first 500 meters of the London Marathon? The pace of the leaders, who were predominantly African. What sort of pace were they setting compared to what you would have been comfortable with?
Yeah, I mean, they were. I think that day I clocked something like a 60-second 400-meter start, which for a marathon is fairly ferocious. And that's what happens when you get to the front in something like this. You've had all that pressure been building up over days. A lot of our runners, it's their first race of the season, and so look at this corner cut straight across the grass there, showing a few tactics there from our Argentiere. But the adrenaline kicks in, and we often see the first kilometre, the runners running far faster than you'd expect them to. So quite often the more experienced runners will sit back and just let everyone else kind of burn their glycogen stores a little bit. But we saw in that front pack as well, we had Robert Bakimoy. He likes to lead out well. He likes to start fast. He is a good climber. He attacked Remy at Zagama 2 years ago. But also Roberto De Lorenzi, the European off-road champion, won that a few weeks ago. He's a Sky Race world champion. He's in some great form this season, but he's never been able to pull it together for the Golden Trail. So the fact he's at the front again, as he is at the final, I love the fact that he doesn't let his previous races here affect him. He's going out confident, and he knows he's got the speed and he's got the technical skill for this type of race. And if anyone could be up with Remy, he's a former VK world champion. He's an extremely good climber, but still, our man from Dylan from France leading the charge and looking sublime. Look at him go. We're going to do a little bit of research on.
Well, we may have to be quick, because I don't think we're going to see him there for too long as the climbing starts. On the left of your screen, we've got the leading pack of women. Now, last time we had 5 in the group containing all the favourites, and then just hanging off the back. Is that the Nepalese runner just off the pace at the moment?
Yeah, it looks like, and I'm not sure if the pack had come back together, or if that was. Oh, that looks like Biao Yao, in the white on the left. So potentially then our front group have slowed down, or some air may have picked up the pace. You know, she lives in Nepal. She is a very good climber herself. And wow, this would be exciting to see her in that lead group, because she is also a very good distance runner. She's had some good performances at the UTMB weekend in the past. And a new name, a new face always leads to confusion amongst the other runners, because they then have to decide how they're actually going to race and respond to them. We haven't really talked about the altitude yet. We start at around 2,000 meters in.
No, 1,000.
Sorry,
1,000 in
meters.
Chamonix.
1,000 meters.
Yeah.
Yeah, in
and
Chamonix.
Up to 2,200.
Which doesn't seem. Yeah, and so it's not a significant amount, but actually, if you're from Norway, like Sophia is, by the time you get to that peak, it does affect your breathing. And I was racing the course 2 days ago, and you know it does make a difference if you're not used to it. But that was our lead men there. We could see Fred Chanchard in that lead group with Remy Bonnet, and I think just off the back of it, Bob Projaski as well, someone else who'll be pacing his race well today. But six runners in our women's, which is great to see all together still.
Yeah, getting back to the altitude, David, you know, your normal amount of oxygen in the air is what, 21%. By the time they go over the 2,000 meter mark, it's down to 16%. So it's a 5% difference in oxygen that they're breathing into the system. And if you're not used to it, that makes an absolutely massive difference. If you're just walking, you don't really feel it until you go over 2,500, maybe 3,000 meters. But running at this pace, they certainly will know it. And as you say, those who are lucky enough to live at altitude have a significant advantage here.
Yeah, and if we think of that front pack of women, we do know that Maud had been doing quite a lot of training in an altitude chamber before she came out to Asia. Yao Miao had certainly been spending time up in the Tibetan mountains before the Four Sisters Mountain race. So she's got that altitude training under her belt. Sophia is less likely to, but on our right here, here's Kevin Kibet, very fast runner, low 28-minute 10K. We've got Bob Projaski on the right there. Francesco Pupi opening up his Golden Trail season. He is a very fast runner, has come second in the World Trail Champs before. He's someone who has never quite delivered at a Mont-Blanc before, but actually this is a very good race profile from him. And he sounded confident yesterday when I spoke to him that today could be a good opportunity for him. But as you can see, our cyclists, it's pretty hard to cycle some of these routes, particularly when it's single track. So apologies if we don't always have the very front of the women's field. It's because sometimes it's just too hard to get our cameras in front of them. But they will be transitioning from camera to camera as they go through the different checkpoints. So we will be getting ahead of this field fairly soon.
Yeah, they're through the 10-kilometre stage. The women, they started at quarter to the hour, so they've been going for just under 40 minutes at the moment. And just a reminder, the expected winning time to be somewhere around 4 hours 15. The winning time last year, 4:12:39 by Sophia Lauchley, who's in the field again today. And we'll see what sort of shape she's in. It's a very different start from last year. Miao Yao, of course, blew it apart in the first 500 metres. But it's so good to see a group of 5 competing. And what do you think, Col de Posset? Do you think we'll still have 5, or do you think we'll be down to a couple at that stage?
It's very hard to know who's going to give up that front group. If there was 2 or 3 of them, I think they'd be more likely to just let someone go. But you almost have that pack mentality when you're together. Looking at that front group, they will be looking at each other to see how they're working. I suspect it's going to be Maud and Sophia who are going to be pushing up that hill. Madalena is a good climber, but she knows she's got more of that downhill speed, and I think is more likely to be fearful of the distance. And similarly with Judith knows she's got that downhill, so as long as she can keep them in eyesight, she'll know she'll be smashing past them as soon as they get to the top. But this is Kevin Kibet, who I actually thought he'd be further up the field, so it does show that Remy and Fred and Dylan have actually taken it out quite fast today, because Kevin Kibet is an extremely fast runner, and as we saw in Zagama, he wasn't afraid to be at the front with Kilian early on in the race. So maybe he's feeling tired, or maybe the others are just pushing the pace harder than we thought. But already you can see Maud adopting the power hiking, a change of strategy here. Maud is happy to let them go. This is significant, and tactically, she loves the power hike. When I spoke to the Golden Trail team who'd been filming with her this last week, they said she'd been hiking indoors on her treadmill with 23 kilograms of rocks on her back. It is her preferred way of going up these steeper climbs. It's that steep climb we mentioned when they've come to Argentiere. It is very steep, so for the next 50, 100, 150 meters, she will be stomping. It changes the muscle group. It's something then she feels comfortable doing, and she'll be back running as soon as that steepness just eases a little bit.
I thought you were going to say 23 degrees on the treadmill, but she might have that as well as the 23 kilos just to keep the training going. Yeah, it is the difference between the walking and or the power walking, as you call it. Quite interesting to see her using her hands on the knees, which takes just that little bit of effort out of the legs. No poles to be seen today, David. Zagama was a very different story.
Yeah, I mean, Zagama's got some very steep climbs, but also it partly comes down to the race rules. In Zagama, you're allowed to pick up poles and to leave them behind as often as you can. Whereas, and this is Samantha Lewis we're seeing, who she's a French runner, so she's been running lots in France. In fact, I'm looking at Dylan's profile. Apologies. We've got Samantha Lewis, who's an American runner, 29 years old, with the On Running team. She's doing well, actually, to be up here. I wouldn't expect her to be so high up the field. Based on her previous race results, she's come 5th in Canyons 50k. That would have been behind Jennifer Lichter and behind Danny Marino. So she's clearly better at these longer distances, so the fact that she's in our top 10 still is looking good. But yeah, Maud power hiking. None of our runners, I believe, would be using poles. Typically we'd see that from Manu Marias, who won Zagama last year, but the trails here, there aren't that many steep sections, which is where you really get your advantage from the poles, because a lot of this race is really runnable, and because if you start with poles, you have to finish with poles. When the athletes weigh up the benefit of having them, a lot of them prefer to just run the whole thing and to not have that extra weight. And we're seeing Damien running with his heavy camera here. Damien, our Polish cameraman, well done for him. Remy already at the front. This to me is worrying for the other runners. If this is the area that Remy's mature enough to know that if the other runners want to lead, he'll happily let them. He'll only be at the front now if he knows this is well within his comfort zone. He's got his heart rate monitor. So the fact he's at the front now means this is a very, very comfortable pace. But Bart Prodziewski, off the back of that pack, sat back in 10th. He's someone we expect would be closing in on that podium. So I suspect that big group of men at the front, quite a few of them are already going too fast for this early on in our race. And we're still trying to find out who this runner is. We've been messaging our spies on the course. We can't see her number, but she is a new runner to us. And Maud, as you can see, hiking done. She's caught back up.
Yeah, back in contact. So a group of 6 women at the front, and Gtws still leading the way. She's been the pace setter so far today. Lauchley in black with the red shoes on the left of your screen. She looks very much under control at the moment, but still a question mark over her fitness. A knee injury after the ski season, David, and when the skiing's so gentle on the body, you don't get the stresses that you get from running. And to get herself back into shape for Kobe was probably too much of a big ask, and it's going to be interesting to see what she does at the end of next winter.
Yeah, she's learning and Remy's changed his strategy this year based on previous years, and the fact that this race has got those 2 big downhills does actually make quite an impact when it comes towards the end of the race. Typically in a race like Zegama, you've got 10k from the peak to the finish, and you hit that downhill as hard as you can and just suck up the pain. But these runners will know, with Bart Prodziewski here looking very relaxed. Sophia will know that when she goes downhill, that from the peak down to Vallecine, that's going to take a lot out of her legs and her quads. And as you said, you just don't get that brutal battering on your quads that you do in downhill trail. And so she'll receive that battering for the first time in a race this season, knowing that she's then got an even longer descent to come. And so if you go too hard, or if your legs haven't been conditioned for race season, you get to that second descent and it is so painful you actually have to back off the pace.
Yeah, so if Sophia Lauchley's going to win this one, I'm assuming you feel she has to be clear at the top, when she goes through Le Flégère at the end, the last high point of the race. She's got to have some sort of a margin over the others, and we know from her skiing that it is the climbing that is absolutely her forte. We saw her destroy the field in the Argentiere, which is an uphill cross-country race during the winter. It's a World Cup event, the first World Cup she had won, and I'm just wondering whether you feel how much you feel she needs to have an advantage over some of the better descenders when she goes through that the 35k mark.
And she's certainly going to need to have a lead over Judith, potentially over Madalena as well, just because Madalena isn't as technically gifted as Judith, but she has no fear and will attack aggressively. And we're going to be hearing from Judith soon. But it also comes down to how they've managed their nutrition in the race, because we saw last year, in fact 2 years ago, with Manny Marias, he got to the final downhill. He had cramp and he just couldn't run and he couldn't attack. And Peter Engel pulled away for third. But we're going to hear about Judith and what her strategy today is.
Actually, I'm coming from orienteering. My background started there when I was really young. I was an orienteer internationally as well. Have been able to win many gold medals at World Championships and European Championships in orienteering. But then I got my first kid. It was hard to travel all along the world, and not only Switzerland then. So I decided to try to find out what I can do in trail running and compete as close as possible to Switzerland. So probably it's also why I've chosen Chamonix and Mont-Blanc Marathon. It's only 2 hours drive of my home. So I'm really looking forward to race here. It's gonna be intense, and I hope probably my race tactic will help me to do a good race, because I've lots of races I've done, I've lots of things I've learned, and I hope to put everything together on Sunday. Marathon du Mont-Blanc will be my first race of the Golden Trail Series. It will be really fun to race my first time here in Chamonix. I've been looking at this race for many years, but never had the chance to come here. And yeah, I mean, of course, I will aim for a good place high in the Golden Trail Series as well. But first of all, now my focus is on the Mont-Blanc Marathon, and I will do my best.
And actually, Judith coming into this race, I think with a slight chip on her shoulder, where in the final, as she was coming into the town, she was tracking down on Madalena, and she took a slight wrong turn coming into the town, and it changed from Madalena being within sight to suddenly she could no longer see her, and no longer had a chance for that sprint finish. So I think Judith is coming here with revenge on her mind, and as we were saying before, is an extremely fast finisher. What really impressed me with Madalena's performance in her final was she is new to trail running. She hasn't had the exposure to a lot of the more technical trail. And there were some big question marks on whether she could bring the speed that she'd shown when she was leading races like Mammoth in the States, on the downhill and the smoother downhills, whether she'd be able to deploy that when it became more technical. And she said to me that she saw the downhills, she saw how hard they were, she was scared, and she just thought, you have to ignore this fear. You may fall, but whatever you do, do not slow down. And she sped away on these technical downhills, and it was incredible to see. So I suspect today she'll have that same overriding her fear, but also a bit more confidence. But we're at the back of the lead group with Elisine and Elazoui and Cesare Maestri from Italy, I believe, as well. As we always see him, Elisine happy to just sit behind to let everyone else do the work. This can be incredibly annoying if you're ahead of Elisine. I mean, the pack won't be aware of him at this stage, but towards the end of the races, where there's two of you running and El Hassin is just making no attempt to pass you, he's not making any of the decisions, it can really get into people's minds, which is the genius of El Hassin. And also it means that he's not having to expend energy on deciding what the pace is. But this is a big group at the front. We can see Remy there. We've got Roberto De Lorenzi from Switzerland just behind. We had Fred Tranchant tucked in behind them, and Robert Kimoy as well from Kenya. But our front group of women all still sticking together, and we're seeing Maud quite happy to change her stance to power hike and then to slowly, and you can see her here, she looks like she's super relaxed compared to everyone else, and yet she's staying in touch with them. And this will really help her towards the end of the race, because not only will that build her confidence, but she's actually using slightly different muscle groups. The fact she's using her arms, you can save up to 30% of the energy taking up a climb by doing a really good power walk like that. And so it means she's saving the glycogen stores in her running muscles, and also spreading that load, which will make it easier to keep your top pace towards the end of the race. But yeah, you can see this is not what we count as steep climbing yet. This is still the runnable section, believe it or not. They have not reached Le Tour yet. That will be at the 55-minute mark. It just shows you how steep this race gets when we're still not in the steep sections.
Yeah, the power running's the power walking's an interesting one, because you take some of the effort out of the legs and save them for later on. but you're using more muscle groups. You use the core a little bit more. You obviously use your triceps and your lats to push on the knees and the quads. And that, of course, means that your sort of cardio system has then got to provide oxygen to other muscle groups. So you gain a bit, you lose a bit. And Maud obviously feeling that overall she gains. And certainly she's used it to good effect so far. And we'll see later on. Back with the leading group of men. Remy Bonnet has predominantly been out front so far, dressed in white with the red trainers on. Talking of trainers, David, what sort of shoes are they all opting for on a course like the Mont-Blanc Marathon?
Well, it's going to be slightly different to what they did last year, but actually it's still quite a dry course. And here we can see some stats from Bart Progiewski. He won our championship back in 2020, and he's already had a third at Zegama, which to me was his significant win, most significant performance since then. But this race, compared to something like Zegama and Kobe, there's not a huge amount of mud on the course. There you can see the trail underfoot there, where it's certainly not always dry, and there are a few sections of grass, but actually you want to have something that's pretty light and pretty fast, because we've talked about how runnable it is, and certainly on that second climb you really want to have something that doesn't feel like it's weighing you down. So they're not going to have too aggressive a lug, and I suspect one or two of the runners might even have trainers that are looking more like road shoes. Just trying to figure out who this is. It could be Cesare Maestro, potentially from Italy. We can't see his number very clearly. We're just going to get confirmation. And that certainly looks like his running style. He's by far the best snowshoer in the world. Many people don't realise that. An incredibly good snowshoer. He's basically been undefeated in the last 5 World Cups or so. But he's also someone who's been running a lot on the mountain running circuit, and so he's a very good climber. He's used to shorter races, and so clearly he's feeling like this is the pace that he needs to be putting in right now. Which surprises me, actually, that he's pulling away. But we can see the group coming back. Bart was sat off this group previously. So I do think the group has slowed down once they've hit those climbs. And potentially, they're all watching what Remy's doing. And Remy's likely to be adjusting to his heart rate. So the fact that no one else has taken up the mantle could be out of respect for him. But there are 2 runners in there who you may not know. We've talked about Kevin Kibet, who is he's new to the tour this year, although he has run Sierra Zanao before. But he has a teammate running as well, who called Ezekiel Ruto. He's new to trail running this year. And we've tried to do research from him. We've even asked his coach, Julian, about some more details about him. And he's very new to trail running, is all we can say. He has run some pretty good marathon times back in 2012. And he doesn't seem to have had many performances online since then, but I have been told he has beaten Kevin at races before, so he must be an extremely fast runner as well. And we know from our Kenyan runners, they can all climb. They tend to struggle more with the technical downhills, just because where they're training in places like Iten, it tends to be smoother terrain. It actually looks a lot like this typically. And so Kevin is known for his downhill aggression, and he was backing on his pace on the downhill in Zegama and discovered that actually running fast downhill in a canyon mountain race or even a Sierra Zanao is very different to running fast on technical trails like this. So it'll be interesting to see whether they can be in that front group as they come off the top of Col de Pesette. But quite a big group, and this is our second group of male runners in here. I think that's Francesco Pupi just towards the end, and maybe also I think we have Marcin Kubecha as well, top 10 runner from Poland in that group. And we're now back with our ladies. They're all still together.
Just trying to count the heads. Last time we had a leading group of 6. Picture's not the best at the moment, but my goodness, the cameramen are doing a good job out there. The mountain bike's struggling on 1 or 2 sections. Have we got 5 or 6 there, David? Lauchley is definitely there. You can see Maud in the purple t-shirt at the back, buying herself a little bit of space for the power walking, which is obviously a very different tempo to those who are keeping running. But she certainly doesn't look in danger of getting dropped at the moment. And Judith still out the front, setting the pace.
And Maud is one of the only people who actually trains for power walking. And that's quite a significant difference in people's training, so that when they hit those steeper climbs, you can use up a lot of energy continuing to run. And if you haven't trained, I think this is Anastina Kila from Finland, potentially in 6th or 7th place, depending on where our cyclist is. We are going to try and get some race splits when they come through our timing mats to discover exactly what the relative timings are of all of our athletes.
The Finns, another Nordic country that have produced some top runners over the years, taken a bit of a downturn on the Nordic winter side of things after doping offences way back in 2001. Really resulted in a loss of funding, which has actually had an effect on all their sports. Companies just not wanting to be involved, but things are starting to get back to some sort of normality. And there's always a huge amount of rivalry between the Scandinavians and the Finns. And just talking of the Scandinavians, Nordskar, who you picked out early on, one of the early leaders actually, David, as we wound our way out of Chamonix this morning, she seems to have dropped away. You certainly weren't expecting to see her repeat the win that she got in Zagama, but do you think it's the knee that's the issue, or do you think that the course just doesn't suit her?
Well, I mean, Zagama really was a step up for her in her performance. And while it wasn't a complete surprise to see her winning, actually, she's probably less favoured than some runners like Therese Leboeuf. But Sylvia, she's going through a transition this last year or so where she quit her job as accountant to take up trail running. And this is Julia Font making the pass on Aurea Liaki. And Julia is also another strong top 10 runner. But we saw with Sylvia Nordskar from Norway, she had transitioned into being a full-time athlete, and part of that transition was making moves like coming to Chamonix to train in trail at slight altitude. But it can be extremely hard when you become a professional athlete to manage your time. You suddenly have a lot more free time than you're used to. You have the ability to train far harder, and often that's a trap where typically it's not the amount of extra training you can do as a professional athlete that makes a difference. It's the amount of extra rest. And so while her performance did improve dramatic gamma, she said after that she's had a few niggles, she's had a bit of an inflammation on her knee, and she's not been able to train quite as hard. So I suspect today she's been going out and feeling, running to her body. And I was saying to Martin, one of the Golden Trail presenters on the French channel, that actually it wouldn't surprise me if she didn't finish the race today, just because she's a sensible runner, and I think she'll be listening to her knee. If it's screaming out at her and she doesn't think she's going to get significant points, she's already scored really well in Japan and in China, and she has the winners of Gamma. There's no point in running a whole marathon when you've got a slight knee. It's much she'll turn this into a training run instead. So it could be that the women have decided to up the pace at the front, or it could be she's actually just listening to her body a little bit more and content to sit off the back.
Yeah, Nordsgaard dropping out from that lead group fairly early on today. Talking about rest, I always think that's so interesting, but Podversky, you know, when he gave up work, he used that as an opportunity to do more training and then paid a heavy price having overtrained. And the rest is just as important as the training. Increase the training, you've got to increase the rest as well. I think that's something that a lot of athletes struggle with in their early years.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've just had some details back of who the runner who's been on screen. It's a French runner, Auria Liaki, and she's a very young runner, 23 years old, and she has won quite a few Swiss races already. She won the Trail Noble Contre Ecorce de Benu at a 25k distance, so she's clearly a good talent and came 14th in Sierras and now. It's only her second year of trail running, so she's clearly a young athlete who's come through and is looking to make a name for herself today. But as we see, that steep climb is starting to split the men's pack now.
Yeah. Certainly is. The leading women stay together on this section, which may be a little bit surprising. I think the French have a lot to cheer about, don't they? There are plenty of races, 8 races in all going on here this week in Chamonix. They had the team race overnight that set off at 7:30 in the evening, so they ran through midnight, potentially a 6-hour race, although the leading teams finishing around the midnight mark. But looking at the results of the 23k, David, Thomas Cardin winning the men's side, 2:04, and then a really young runner called Anel Bondou, who's actually on the verge, or she is part of the French biathlon team as well, which is skiing and shooting. She was absolutely astonishing, opening up a gap of 9 minutes over her nearest rival in her first ever distance race.
I mean, it's you do get performances every now and then that you think this is a performance we will remember for a long time. We've seen with the cross, the half marathon, Marlon Osser made her name 3 years ago, winning there before she came into the Golden Trail, and absolutely all of the athletes on the Golden Trail noted that performance, particularly the female runners, as a oh boy, there's going to be a new name in our start list next season. But did you see the women come through that transition there? 36 minutes flat through Argentiere. Previously, the record 37:41. They're already 140 up on the record. 5 of them are front group, and in fact, all of these runners are coming through ahead of record pace. It just shows you the strength and depth of that women's field. And to me, it's the strongest ever field ever assembled in a trail race. But and the men's as well, already splitting the group. Fred Tranchard at the front there, pulling away from our other runners. So we're seeing some incredible performance. And there's Rosa going through from Spain, another top 10 runner. And so there's such strength and depth throughout the men's and the women's field. Caitlin Fielder coming through. She's also a very good downhill runner. Her boyfriend is on the Tour de France today, George Bennett cycling. What a duo they make. But the front of our women's race, 5 of them all locked together, as we expected. But I can't see Yao Miao in this group. There's
she was
runner at the back. Just trying to figure out who this runner at the back is.
Yeah, we've got Laukley up there in the red trainers on the left of your screen. Judith Weider still at the front, as she has been all the way through. And Maud Mathis on the right of your screen with the purple top. Probably see her break into the power walk fairly shortly. The blonde hair, David. Which athlete is that?
I'm trying to figure that out. I can't make out the number, but it's not someone who is on my radar as someone who'll be up here. She looks a little bit like Anastina, but it won't be Anastina. Anastina Kila from Finland, because she would not be running at that pace even if she could. She a far more even paced runner. So a surprise runner in our top 5, and actually the fact that Yao Miao's not in there is a real surprise to me. She came in with supreme confidence, and she's not as strong a climber. She's known for her marathon pace, but it shows how much this front group are pushing the pace. The fact that Yao Miao, who was up in the front group last year, has already fallen back. So this is an incredibly fast pace for them to be putting in so early in the race, which to me is super exciting, because it means there will be some casualties in the second half of our race.
Yeah, we had in the early stages in the leading group, we had Jennifer Lichter, and also Anastina Erkila from Finland was in there. Yeah, as you say, dropping off the pace, having been with that leading group of 6 as we go back to the men, and Elasine still sitting at the back, looking comfortable in the same colours as we see from... Yeah, same colours as we see from Kylian Jornet, the winner of Zagama, not racing here today. Are we going to see Jornet race again on the Golden Trail this year? Will he have the Sierra Zinal on his radar?
He's not confirmed it with me yet, but he's won Sierras an hour 11 times now, I think. That guy can't keep away from a good course, and it's a race he loves, and he really likes to attend the big races, and to also he knows the power of him running in a race, what it does for a race. And so a lot of his appearances now seem to be almost giving back to the race themselves and helping bring the media attention to them. Interestingly, Kylian is in the form of his life, which you wouldn't suspect at his age, but he said now that he's not a sponsored athlete in the same way he was. He knows he can get more media attention for N normal by doing his challenges, like his crossing the Pyrenees and his racing. And it's actually freed him up from the pressure, but also because he's working so hard, he doesn't train quite as much. And he said actually he's probably training better because of it. And so Sierra Zinal is the race beyond anything else that we know Remy wants to win. And this would be the matchup we've been waiting for years and years. A fully fit Kylian against a fully fit Remy and a fully fit Patrick Kiffingino, and these would be the three highest ITRA scorers of all time, all going head to head in one race. So that is our next race in August, and you can see the flag there. They're pulling out Bart Projaski there. He's off the back of our pack there, looking very, very good. But the men's all staying together still that big clump with Trechanchan at the front of it, and potentially Cesare Maestro as well. So they really are pushing the pace. We won't know until until they come through Vallecine exactly what their pace is through Argentiere.
Well, we ought to catch up with Podwierski of Poland, who's certainly one of the potential podium finishers today, and he started pretty well here today and keeping himself in contention. Here he is.
Hey all, I'm Bart Przedwojewski, I'm from Poland. I'm running with Team SALOMON. I have been running in Golden Trail World Series since 2018. It's my 4th race in Mont-Blanc marathon. I'm really exciting the race. I hope you do. I prefer downhill in races. I'm a stronger runner in a descent. Yeah, so be sure you know my bib number when I will running on the downhill, and enjoy the race. I'm running Marathon du Mont-Blanc because the race is in a Golden Trail World Series. It's my third race during this season. I'm running Mont-Blanc Marathon because I prefer marathon distance, and I hope I will good shape in this race.
Well, we hope too. So if he's in contention going through Flégère with his downhill skills, and he'll need a little bit left in the legs to use them, it could be a very, very interesting finish indeed.
Yeah, we saw with Bart when he was racing in 2021, and now you can see the power hike. Madalina Florea from Romania taking to the front, and you can see very different styles. I mean, Sophia looks like she's just relaxing and chilling. No hands on legs, she's just going for a walk in the countryside.
Yeah, that's what the skiers called a ski gang. It's one of their techniques. Obviously, they'd normally have poles, but it's much more like the classic ski technique. So it's a muscle group that she's trained, and very much in contrast from what we see from Maud. What's your early impression of Sophia Lauchley at the back of this group of four?
I mean, it's very hard to say with even when we see her face, because she always looks like it's business made. In fact, of our front four, Maud always looks like she's hurting. Judith always looks like she's just having a lovely time, and Madeleine is the only one who really shows a bit more emotion. It's quite hard to tell. From this stage, I'm surprised that Maud is up in this lead group. When we saw her in Kobe, she was very content to be at the back and to be relaxing through. But if I was Judith, I would be very happy right now, because she knows she's got that really good technical running down coming up. Fia is still learning on that, and I believe we may be back with our front men. That is Roberto De Lorenzi and Remy just ahead of him, Remy Bonnet from Switzerland. So two Swiss runners, in fact, one Swiss French, one Swiss Italian. They do know each other very well. Great sign that Roberto is up with them. At this stage, you know, he's fallen away in races before when he's pushed hard from the start, but he's got supreme confidence following his European Off-Road Championship win a few weeks ago. And we know he's extremely fast. He's got a very fast, flat 10K time that he deployed for his second place in Dolomis last year. And he's even going past Remy on the uphill. This is fantastic. And I mean, I don't know if Roberto's seen this before, but you do not attack Remy on an uphill, because he will let you run for a bit and then he will try and blow you up. He does not like to be overtaken. We saw that in Zagama last year with Robert Kimoy overtaking him, and we saw that with Anthony Felber last year at Mont-Blanc. You take on Remy on an uphill, he'll let you work for a bit and then he will punish you. But this has changed again. Now Judith at the back, power hiking, hands on the knees.
So it's becoming a war of attrition in the women's race, down to four now. The order chipping and changing all the time, which is just the way we want it. 13.4 kilometres completed. Remember, it's up to the 18-kilometre point is the climb up to Col de Posset at 2,200 metres. Over 2,500 metres of ascent throughout the race today. It is a massive, massive undertaking, and the pace has been pretty high so far, but for the first time, all four of the women's leaders reduced to a walk on this course, and just an indication of how tough this course in Chamonix is.
And you could see there the different techniques going on, and Maud, the fact she's done her training with rocks on her back, power hiking up a treadmill. She's now taking to the front. We had Sophia there taking on nutrition, and potentially Judith starting to drop off the back. It wouldn't surprise me if she is quite happy to just let them stay in sight, but not actually to push too hard on this big climb. But we're starting to see splits in the field now. This is significant because that has to be fairly soul destroying to see people walk away from you when you're having to run. And this is something that Madalena, we saw this in Mammoth, we saw this in the final. She refuses to walk on any hill, and I think that is a weakness for her. It means she's using up too much energy, and this is the race more than any other. She needs to be concerned about her energy levels and not burning up too much of a glycogen source this early on in the race.
Jennifer Lichter out the front. What do you know about her? She's not a name that's been mentioned too much so far. And in fact, she almost looks uncomfortable leading the way. I've seen her glance over her shoulder one or two times just to see where the bigger names are.
Are we sure that was Jennifer Lichter? Just to confirm.
Well, I have.
It could. If we could, this is an incredible performance. They may know her, but probably not. She's been a track runner at a collegiate level in America, but even then, her performances on the track haven't been exceptional compared to some of the other runners we've seen in Golden Trail, like Anna Gibson. And then she announced herself at the Broken Arrow race 2 years ago, which she won a really, really high level, winning that, and seems to be adapting to trail very, very quickly. I was trying to do my research on her last night, and she just seems to be someone who's adapted very well to longer runs, and found that the pace that she had at shorter distances was she'd managed to extend it very well. So but this will be really confusing for the other athletes to see her in the up with them, because none of them have raced in America other than Golden Trail in these past 18 months, so they won't have seen her race. And this is Barb Podjewski now from Poland.
Yeah, the two athletes leading the way in the men's from Switzerland, and they've got a little bit of a lead. We're not quite sure of the gap that they've managed to open up ahead of that second group. Just interesting, although trail running is not a young sport, it's fairly young in terms of professional sport and the money coming into the sport. And we've seen one or two athletes switching from road running, from orienteering, from ski mountaineering, from cross-country skiing, a bit like the early days of triathlon, where if you were sort of almost top-level swimmer, you thought, okay, maybe my opportunity is going to come in triathlon. Is trail running attracting top athletes from other sports because of the fact that it's got much more serious?
Yeah, it's partly because it's more serious. We've found with some athletes, people like Eli Hemming, who were triathletes before, and it's very high level, beating the Brownlees previously. A lot of our athletes find they have injury issues when they're just doing road running or when they're just doing triathlon. And the great thing about trail is it's very different in how you train, and so there's more focus on strength training, and you can mix your mileage up a lot more, so you're not having to sustain top end pace for mile after mile after mile. And so we do find some athletes drawn in because of the love of it. Someone like Sophia just discovered she was good at it and thought, well, why not be a dual athlete? But we are now seeing it being a big enough sport that runners coming through aren't being dragged into other sports. And so we've seen, particularly with Trail Team in America, and runners like Baudin Rousseau and Anna Gibson, where they're finding a new system to take the speed of collegiate athletes, who we know America's got a very good collegiate athlete system and actually deploying them into trail. And this is Yao Miao we are seeing here off the back of our second group. We can still see the orange there of Judith. And so Yao Miao has been in touch the whole time, it seems, still not off the pace. So this isn't a race of 5, this is still a race of 6, which is really exciting to see because we know she's come into this supremely confident.
Yeah, fantastic story for Yao Miao. Of course, went through a stage of no coach, no sponsor. She was spending every single bit of money she had to get to races, to start to win some prize money. And she basically sees running as her work. She takes it incredibly seriously and has, teamed up with Ki Min. They're the sort of golden couple of ultra running in China, and what a combination they've made. They train together. They've had some fantastic wins. She, of course, has won the Hong Kong 100 in her time, and there you see her overall ranking last year, 5th, down in 19th at the moment, but I suspect that might rise after today's race if she can make contact with that leading group.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Hong Kong 100, an absolutely incredible race if you haven't done it, people. She's known as the gold medal chaser in China because she's the gold medal hunter, in fact, Jin Pai Lei Shu. And she's someone who's been kind of dual focused on road running and trail, but when lockdown happened, she used that opportunity to get really, really fast. And previously, she'd been more known for attempting the longer distances. She'd had some good performances in CCC, setting the course record, but when she then discovered that new pace, and this is our men's coming through in 55 minutes, and they are slightly behind in fact, 55 minutes on screen is not the men's start time. We'll just figure out the splits. And the men too seem to be under course record pace by a similar amount.
The leading women flying at the moment. Number 4 on your screen, but Trzeski of Poland lost a little bit of ground to the leaders, just coming into the drink stop now. There's De Lorenzi with Remy Bonnet, the 2 leaders in the men's race, and setting a very, very stiff pace at the moment.
And we've talked about what a difference it makes to turn from being a part-time athlete to a professional. Roberto De Lorenzi has been doing this similarly over the last 18 months. He's a phys ed student who has been primarily studying while training on the side. And it's only been recently, this last year, that he's managed to, he's now graduated and has the time to actually dedicate to being a full-time athlete. And we've seen that change in his performances almost immediately. His performances in things like the Sky Race series, he's won that championships. He's been winning a lot of those races already this year. But the big question is whether he's able to extend that pace to the whole season and to something like Mont-Blanc, the marathon distance. But look at that crowd. Huge level of support across our course today.
Yeah, it's something that all the athletes say at the end, that they couldn't have done it without the crowd. Certainly that was the response at the end of Zagama. What crowds they had there right at the top of the climb. And I expect it to be the same. Col de Picette, hopefully there'll be a lot of supporters up there. Certainly at Flégère, there'll be a huge number there. Not so difficult to access with all the teleferiques that they have in this part of the world.
Now, the men have just come through Le Tour. We have some confirmations of there. They are around 20 seconds over course record pace, but extremely close. So they're all running around course record pace at the moment. But some names we maybe haven't mentioned. Dylan Ribeiro is still up in the top 10, the French runner who was leading out at the beginning. Fantastic performance from him at this stage. Really good to see. And in fact, we've just had news confirmation. Sadly, it looks like Silvia Nordskar has decided to drop out due to her knee. We knew this could be a concern. She actually only had it confirmed yesterday that she was clear to race. So we're hoping that's more precautionary than anything to worry about in the long term. But just to confirm, sadly, Silvia Nordskar will not be continuing the race today. Sad news for the Zagama winner then.
Yeah, but as you said, she's had a very good run so far and has got herself some good points. So no point putting herself at risk for the sake of one race. So an intelligent decision, I guess, from Silvia Nordskar so far. Who have you got as the top 4 women at the moment, David? We know that Judith is in there. We know that Sophia Lauchley of USA is in there as well. Yao Miao is just off the back at the moment.
Yeah, we have Madalena Florea as well. The chip mats aren't working quite as well as we'd hoped, so there are some names missing from the front. But as we suspected, Madalena Florea from Romania is up there with Maud Mathis and Judith Wieder from Switzerland, and Sophia Lauchley, last year's winner, the American who's based in Norway. Those are our top 4, with Yao Miao, the gold medal hunter, tucked in behind. But the whole of our top 10 do seem to be very, very close, coming through the Tour, which is at the 13k mark. This is the point at which the climbing starts. We can see within our top 10 we have Anastina Akila. A fantastic performance from her, tucked off the back, and maybe that was Anastina we saw before, who we were wondering who was with that group, which would be an unbelievable performance from her if it was. Jennifer Lichter, Julia Gomez from Spain, and Aurea Liassi from France, rounding off our top 10. So some new names in there, and behind them Therese Leboeuf, just outside the top 10. We know she's someone who finishes extremely quickly, so I suspect she'll be coming into our top 5 on that final climb.
Yeah, just previously a little glimpse of the 2 leading men. Remy Bonnet, for me, looking a lot lighter on his feet than De Lorenzi, who is now some 15, 20 metres behind. And as you said, if you have the cheek to head Bonnet, he will make you pay. And he's opening up that lead with every stride he takes at the moment. He is so light on his feet. It's absolutely fantastic to watch.
And just look at their gait. I mean, Remy looks like he's striding, whereas Roberto is you can feel the gravity in every step that Roberto's taking. I mean, it just shows Remy was sat there content to see what was happening.
I think most of us can relate to Roberto De Lorenzi rather than Remy Bonnet. We know what it's like to struggle on a steep uphill. Bonnet just isn't feeling that at the moment, and now his lead up to around 35 metres. I don't think it's going to be long before he turns that into a 35-second lead if he keeps this sort of pace going as he heads towards the Col des Poussettes. And this perhaps a deciding moment for the defending champion, and of course he had a pretty easy runaway success last year.
He did, and you never want to call a race early, but the trouble is Remy used to be just a good climber, and he realised he couldn't win races just with his climbing. So 3 years ago, he completely changed his training, and he focused very much on his raw speed. He was known for a while for not being a great descender, but actually he's shown in races when it is dry. He's showed out in America, in Mammoth Lakes, and and even at races like Mont-Blanc last year. He's so fast and he can carry that down the trails. And where is Roberto? Where is he? He's just gone. He's absolutely gassed the field on that first climb. There was no one even near him. This is an incredible performance already, and we know Remy well enough that he's not going to be overworking himself. This will feel comfortable for him. This is a decisive move from the Swiss runner.
Yeah, of course, Remy Bonnet, as we've mentioned, a ski mountaineer in the winter months, and that's slightly, confusing in that the ski mountaineering, it's a much, much slower tempo. You've got the weight of the boots on your feet, you've got the weight of the skis on the boots. It all adds up and slows down the cadence that you can employ. But here he is, light as a feather, making his way up to the Col de Posset. That looks a very, very decisive move at the moment.
And we saw last year when he dismantled when he beat one of the hardest records in trail history at Pikes Peak Ascent. He just took on the world champion Patrick Kipagino at the VK, and he was head and shoulders above the field. He'd already run breaking the local record of the Manitou Springs ascent, and so to come here and reinforce just how good a climber he is today, I think everyone else will know they're now racing for second.
Yeah, and
but another local French runner.
Yeah, the French are here in numbers. You only have to look at the results from the races so far today to see just how much strength in depth that they have. One of the events on Remy Bonnet, the leader of the men's race, one of the events he's done is the Dolomiten Man, which is a fantastic event that involves trail running, paragliding, kayaking, mountain biking. He was brought in for the relay event and played an absolutely crucial role in that one. Had a really good battle with Francesco Pupi on the 2,000 meters of ascent before they hand over to the paraglider their work done. But that's the sort of event that appeals to me. Love to see something like that in the UK.
Yeah, absolutely. I wasn't even aware of that race. I'm going to go and YouTube that straight after we finish our coverage. But we can see now the real climbing is coming in on screen, and that looks to me like Robert Kimoy at the front of this race, Frederic Chanchard, the French Orienteer, and then Kevin Kibet tucked in behind. And you can. The question is El Hassin ahead of this field or behind? Because it would surprise me if he's fallen off this much at this stage. So potentially our cyclists trapped, but. You can see the gaps that are opening up already, but amongst the field, it wasn't just Remy who's increased the pace. Throughout this field now, these climbs are beginning to punish the rest of our runners. Could this be our lead? Could this be the first female, Judith Wieder, or are we? It's hard to see in the mist, but this is Judith Wieder from Switzerland we're currently following.
No, I think she might just have dropped back off that group of four. I have a feeling Lauckley is still up ahead of her. And Maud Mathis, who was with the leading group of four, into the mist, into the silence.
And there's Madalena Faria. They're still together, all three. And we can just see Judith in the background. You can see that movement. All three of them locked together. This is interesting to now see Maud there on the left, taking on nutrition, still stomping. But it's very hard this climb to get into a rhythm because it keeps on changing the technicality and the steepness, and so you are having to constantly start running again, start power hiking again, walking again, and Judith very, very close behind there. So that the front five, I believe, with Yao Miao behind, all within reach of each other. But this is the exciting part of the race coming up. As they get to Col de Passet, they're going to have reached 2,200 meters of climbing. And then they have a very, very fast 1,000-meter descent, covering that in only 4-5 kilometers. It's a very aggressive descent with some very tight turns, some running over fields as well, which if you haven't chosen the right trainers on a day like today could be quite slippery.
Yeah, what's the best technique? Because obviously the descent is then followed by another climb. You've got to have something left in the legs for the climb up to Flégère. So how do they approach the first of the two big descents? Is it smaller strides? Is it less impact on the landing? Is it high tempo? What's the best way of mastering it?
We're going to see some really different techniques here. Judith, the master, she will scythe down that hill. She'll actually look like she's just flowing, not putting any brakes through her legs. It can be punishing on the quads when you're turning, but actually the lighter you can be, the more you can flow, the less force you're putting through your quads, and it's that quad damage that really starts to hurt and really starts to cramp you up and seize you up. Amongst the others, it's always very hard to know how they're going to address this. Maud is classically a shuffler. She'll expect the others to go past her. She won't be worried about that, but she'll try and almost stay light, not by leaning forward, but almost just by controlling it and dancing a little bit. Madalena, we saw in America, just go flat out and try and control gravity, and Sophia is somewhere in between, but they won't have had much experience of it this season, and this is the thing that's very hard to practice, because you don't typically practice aggressive downhill running in your training because it trashes your quads so much that it impacts on the rest of your training week. And so it's only in races like this that they really get to test their legs and to put that full force through their legs. So the fact that Maud has done Kobe already, and there were 4 technical descents in that, I think that will give her confidence. But yeah, watch out. Judith will be coming, and potentially Madalena, and it's a question of whether Sophia can hold on to their group, because if you're tucked in behind someone, you just follow them, and you don't have to be technically as skilled because you're not making the decisions. You're just following their line.
Yeah, anyone who does a bit of hill walking knows all about the delayed onset muscle soreness, the DOMS as they call it, from your first walk of the season. And as the season goes on, it gets better and better. Exactly the same with the running. But if you haven't done it aggressively and the legs aren't used to it, particularly the quads, then that can not only make you feel a little sore for the next couple of days, but it's the question of what you have left in the legs for the next ascent. So it's going to be a fascinating battle on the descent as well as the climb, and they're not far away from the point where they go from climbing to descending. 2,200 meters the altitude. They started at 1,000, so that's 1,200 meters of climbing done already in this Mont-Blanc marathon.
And they are transitioning back into run with a slight different keenness. You can see Maud as soon as she's stomping, but as soon as she can run, she's transitioning straight away. And this is where experience really helps, because Maud knows actually how to manage the back and forth without it taking energy out of her. And you can see that they're always slightly gapping Sophia every slight transition, as Sophia seems to be taking a little bit longer to get back into her flow. And so that's partly experience, it's partly training your muscles for that back and forth as well. And so Sophia will be having to work slightly harder, picking up that pace to catch them up each time. And that starts to wear on you as well, just knowing that they're putting away without having to do much more work than you are.
Yeah, and it will have a beneficial beneficial psychological effect on the two leaders as well. Madalina Florea of Romania, 31-year-old, Mathis Maud of Switzerland, mum of two, and my goodness, is she a tough cookie. She's the race leader at the moment, and Sophia Laukley still, it's only 5 or 6 metres, but it takes a lot of effort to close that sort of a gap, and Laukley does not want them to get away before the downhill.
And we're back with Judith, another power mum, and it's really hard being a mother and being a spring summer trail racer, because speaking to Therese, to Daniela Omus, and to Judith as well, they all say that they keep on picking up lots and lots of colds, and because your kids are at nursery mixing with so many children, it's very hard to actually stay healthy during the winter months. And the 2-3 days here and there where you've got a cold, where you suddenly can't train as hard, it does add up. And so it's incredible to see them still performing at the highest level, and that comes down to really their experience and actually just the fact they've got so many miles in the tank over the years as well.
Yeah, but it's a major issue. I think it affects all endurance athletes, doesn't it? The arrival of kids means the arrival of bugs, and you only have to lose a couple of weeks training. And if you're just training for one race, maybe not an issue. But all these athletes and so many tours, they're training for a whole season. You just can't afford to lose 2 weeks of good time. Being ill, you can't say, "Oh, I've got a cold, I'll take a couple of weeks off." It doesn't work like that.
And this is where runners like Maud and Judith have a real advantage over the season, because they're so experienced at managing niggles, but also understanding their body, that when they have something, we've already heard that Sylvia has a bit of an issue with her knee. When problems like that arise with runners like Judith and Maud, because they're so experienced, they know how hard to push or when to actually relax their training. And we've seen with Maud the fact that she does 60-70% of her training on a bike because of her issues with her Achilles. She has managed to adapt her training to meet the requirements of her body, and that means that even when she comes up with these small issues that we've seen with Sophia and with Madalina earlier in the season, Maud can adapt her training and keep her fitness level at a higher level than younger, less experienced runners. But we're
Remy
back
Bonnet
with Remy
making his
Bonnet.
way through. Yeah, he's now caught the tail enders in the women's field, and you can see the contrast in speed. Generally, there's a gap of around 16-17% between the best men and the best women, and that's pretty much been the way. You go all the way back to 2004, it was a 17% difference between the two, and it was exactly the same last year between Bonnet and Laukley, 17%, and you can see just how effective Remy Bonnet is.
Yeah, and that's what's fun about our finish, is that the women start half an hour before for a reason. And it means that we do have the men in the women's race coming towards the finish at a very similar time. We suspect that Remy will be passing whoever is in first around Le Flagere at the 35k mark. They often... Judith just gone slightly down there. Slight slip, but you can see that she's not let that front pack get away from her. It looked as if she wasn't attacking quite as aggressively. There's uphills, but now the downhill comes, and already look at Judith go to the right. She's cut. She's made a triple overtake of one small change, and this is the aggression and the experience of having an orienteer. She saw a faster route, she took it. It's not just that she's a faster runner, it's that she knows how to pick the line, and because she's so experienced at running, looking at a map and not having to look at her feet the whole time, she can actually look ahead and decide what the best route is. And this is why, if you can stick with someone like Judith, you can benefit from the experience and the skill she has at picking that fast route. But if you're those three, you've been locked together only only thinking about how hard you're working with the other two around you, and then within 5 meters, Judith overtakes you. By now, she's probably gone. You know, they will be thinking, is this it? Will I see her again? It starts to really play mental games.
Yeah, a very interesting overtaking manoeuvre. I think the key word there, and you used it, David, was thinking. She was thinking on her feet. She was thinking fast. She spotted the line. Everyone else was just playing safe. And as you say, just happy to tuck in behind the leader. Not really looking for an opportunity to go ahead. But what's going to be fascinating now is to see if any of those other three, whether Mathis or Florea or Lautley, will try and chase down Judith Vida and try and stay with her on the descent.
Yeah, absolutely. And we saw this at Zagama last year when Manu Marias caught up John Album, and El Hassin decided to switch groups and almost attach himself to a different train. The question when we next get back is whether we know that Maud is the slower descender. Will Judith try and break away and ensure that no one is following her and gaining the advantage of her skill? Or are we going to see Sophia Lockley and Madalena Florea immediately try and change pace and get on the back of Judith? Because they know if they can get on that train is a far easier way to get down the mountain. And that decision could make a big difference by the bottom. Could be 1-2 minutes potentially, given the pace that Maud is likely to go, because Maud will not be attacking this downhill, and she doesn't have the skill either of the other of Judith. So this could be a decisive moment for how this second half of our race unfolds.
Remy Bonnet on his own. He's had a glance over his shoulder. He's seen the damage that he's done to Roberto De Lorenzi, and he still looks in imperious form. Excuse me. Yeah, Bonnet is in sensational form at the moment. There is De Lorenzi leading the chase group, so he's still in contention. But he's just watched his compatriot disappear up the climb to the top of Col de Posset.
And as you suspected, El Hassin tucked in again. And we've got Kevin Kibet and Ezekiel Ruto. Now, and El Hassin making a move. This is a big move on the up. He's clearly decided that the pace is too slow, and he wants to get rid of them. I'm quite surprised by this, but this is fantastic move by El Hassin. He knows he's a good downhill runner. He's clearly thinking this is too slow for me. He does have some experience of racing Kevin Kibet out in where they were racing together in Zagama. Kevin favours himself as an aggressive downhill runner, but this is a new side of El Hassin that the runner of 2 years ago wouldn't have taken the lead at this point. He'd have sat back, but he's clearly got at the first place still potentially in mind, and doesn't want these other runners around him, because he knows they are going to be very fast on that more gradual climb up to Béchar, and so he wants to try and shake that pack off when he's feeling good.
Yeah, Béchar at the just short of the 30-kilometre mark. They're some way off at the moment. 16.8 completed for the leading men. Now, the women started half an hour in front. It's quite tough on them to have the leading men come through. And when I say tough, I don't mean physically. I mean psychologically, just to have someone come through, particularly like Remy, who is making it look so easy while you're feeling so bad.
Yeah, I mean they know it's coming. They can hear the crowds behind, and what can be quite nice is because there are a lot of teams we can see on display here. We've got On Running, we have Brooks, we have N Normal. They will know who their teammates are and when they're likely to be coming through. So quite often, if it's your teammate that passes, you can get a real boost to know they're doing well. But whenever you have someone like Remy Bonnet pass you, there is just an element of beauty in seeing someone like that run up these hills, and I'm sure a lot of the runners will take some solace in knowing that he is almost abnormal in his climbing, and just be able to sit back and enjoy seeing him float rather than comparing how they're feeling to how he looks. Hopefully,
yeah. This chase group of 4. We've still got Robert Pakemwa is in there, Kevin Kebet is in there, Elassine El-Azawi of Morocco leading the way in that chase group at the moment, but I don't imagine they know how far behind Remy Bonnet they are, and with the mist thickening as they reach the summit of Col de Posset, they're going to have to wait until they get to the checkpoint to find out exactly what the damage has been done by Remy Bonnet. On the left of your screen, the leading 3 women, and who have we lost from that group? Maud Mathis is away from the leading 3.
That's kind of what we suspected potentially. Maud, the less technical descender, and clearly Sophia and Madalena Fleury both decided we need to get behind Judith. Judith's her advantage isn't so much on trail like this. This is now comes down to fast running. So actually, it's probably Madalena Fleury or Sophia Lockley who could hold this pace for longer. It is far less technical as we get down. There are some fields coming into Valacine where Judith may be able to pull away again, but this is the part where it'll be interesting to see if they have put significant ground over Judith, because we know over Maud Mathis, because we know Maud Mathis can hurt herself on long climbs like no one else, and that second half of the race is where she will be coming back, so they know they need to put some ground into her to try and maintain that lead. And to our right here's our Japanese runner who has hoping to move over to Europe to focus more training on trail. That is Takako Takamura. She came 9th in Kobe Trail. She's a psychiatric doctor who wants to bring sports psychology to trail running in Japan. So it's great to see her doing well here today. Her first Golden Trail race in Europe. But we're currently watching our top 3 females on the first major descent, led by Swiss Judith Wieder at the front, 5 times world orienteering champion, Madalena Fleury from Romania, the 1:11 half marathon runner, and Nordic American skier Sophia Lockley, last year's series champion, tucked in behind at the back. But you can see you need to stay concentrated, and you can see the footwork they're having to do on some of these pebble dashes as they go down the hill. It does keep on changing. There are some fire tracks that give you that opportunity to really stride out, but it is interspersed with some rougher trail, some kind of kitty litter along the way.
Yeah, heading down towards Valacine now, which is right on the Swiss border. And then they start the climb back up to Le Péchard. In terms of altitude, Valacine at just over 1,200 metres, Le Péchard up at 1,700 before they then have another descent, which that takes them to Plageonnet, I think it is, before their final big climb up to Flégère. So still a way to go, but I think they'll be glad to have the bulk of that first half completed. And Judith Vida leading the way. Lauckley in 2. Fleury sitting in 3rd at the moment. Maud Mathis we haven't seen for a while. We could do with the cameraman just doing a 180 to see how far she is behind.
And they all look very comfortable, Daly. This is actually a little bit reminiscent of Pikes Peak last year. We saw Judith lead almost the entire way up the trail, and Sophia was very confident in her finishing pace, so she was content to sit behind Judith, just listening to her heart rate, listening to her breathing to get a sense of who is working harder. So the fact that Sophia has done that before, she'll feel very confident in this position. It's very different in this race though, because they both know that it finishes on a fast technical downhill, and we've seen already that Judith can pull away. So I suspect they'll be content to stay in these positions. But there is a steep second half of our descent into Valacine where, again, Judith may use that to pull away. But Remy now starting his descent across Col de Posset, and he's doing some lovely dancing himself.
Yeah, great footwork. It is so much harder than he's making it look, and just dances his way past another of the female athletes here and opens up a gap in no time at all. And he'll be glad when he's off this technical section and down onto the tracks approaching Valacine. It will not be long before he reaches that stage. We're still waiting for confirmation of the gap between Remy Bonnet and that group of four, which is being led by Valacine of Morocco at the moment. Well, there you see the profile of the course.
You can hear the breathwork of our cameraman there, trying to keep up. That, I think, is Olivier from our French Argentiere. You know, we have national level Argentiers running with the cameras because they're the only people quick enough to stay in touch with our runners. But as you can see, it's even a struggle for them, the pace they're pushing. But this mist can be quite useful when you're leading or when you're trying to get a bit of a gap, because when it's bright sunshine, and this looks... We're waiting on confirmation who that was. When it's bright sunshine, you need to get a far bigger gap to break the spirit of your opposition, because they can still see you. They know exactly where they are. And we talk about a rubber band between runners, which is why we have that group of runners together. It's been shown that psychologically, there's less pain when you run together as a group. You feel the pain less. And so being able to break that elastic band and get out of sight, it changes the runner behind psyche. And so this mist allows you to break that band sooner, because you don't have to run as far to be out of the vision of the chasing runners. But we suspect Remy is well out of vision and well out of distance by now. We're just going to hear from Remy.
Try to do a bit like last year, follow the guys until the bottom of the big climb in Le Tour, and then maybe show a bit of my strength in the uphill, and then try to survive to the finish line.
He makes it sound so easy, but race plans don't often work out 100%. So far, he's not put a foot wrong. It was Le Tour where he started to push the pace. De Lorenzi went with him for a little bit, but then Remy Bonnet showing his class, and he's opened up a significant gap. We still don't know exactly what that gap is, but we saw him take, 50 metres out of De Lorenzi in the space of, less than 2 minutes. He absolutely blasted away. So I'd be surprised if he wasn't a full minute, maybe even a minute and a half clear at the moment.
And in that interview, did you note the cheeky laugh of his when he said, and then just try and survive to the finish? He knows he's going to survive to the finish. I think there was a hint of irony in that statement, because he's run this course so many times now, and after last year as well, he'll have paced this to perfection because he knows he's a better climber. He doesn't even need to break them at this stage of the race. He's only broken them because he's just that much better than at climbing that this falls within his race plan, and he's not taking any risks by pushing the pace that much because it's still comfortable for him. But you can see it's flowing extremely well on the downhill, and this is an area he's worked on the last few years. Going into Sierras and Al in previous years, he's been in the league groups several times and he's always blown up. And he listened to how Kilian trained for a race like Sierras and Al that's known for being extremely fast. It's 31 kilometers, but it's where you get road runners coming in, and because of the speed of the terrain, able to take on the trail runners. Kilian in his training used to do a vertical kilometer, which is a training session where you climb over 1,000 meters, and then he'd do a 10k. Remy did that training last year, and he was a minute quicker in his 10K than Killian was when he broke the record of Sierra Zanal. That is how much Remy has improved his flat speed, and he can deploy that flat speed so effectively when the downhills are like this. You can just flow through it, and as you can see, he just looks so comfortable.
Yeah, as you mentioned earlier, the brakes are off. He's trying to reduce the impact through the body as he makes his way down to the bottom of the hill. I think, I'm sure Killian Jornet is keeping half an eye on this event, and Sierra Zinal will be on his mind, and it will be on the mind of Remy Bonnet. We cannot wait for that clash, should it happen. Back with the leading women, that looks like Sophia Laukley at the back in black, and at the moment it's Floria who's in second place, and they're doing their best to hang on to the race leader, Judith Feeder.
Just seeing the way they're flowing through this. One other thing that is a factor, if you can see Sophia at the end here, she's not as experienced as Judith, and so she is having to make more jarring adjustments in her foot placement. And so compared to if you saw Judith just flowing, jumping at times, her arms scything to the side, she can flow through this without having to put the brakes on, without having to change her body position quite as much, and so she's not getting the force of that braking motion on her legs in the same way we can see with Sophia, and Sophia is on some of these is sat back a little bit more, and so it will be putting more stress through her body, and for her to keep up is going to take more of a cost, and you can see every now and then she just pulls away and she's having to work harder to catch back up.
Yeah, cautious approach by Sophia Laukley. I think Judith taking 15-20% less paces than anyone else on that downhill, just letting it flow, and the arms are working as the balance. Back with the technical section, the steeper, the more technical, the more likely it is that the Swiss athlete Judith Feeder is going to pull away. But credit to Floria, she's hanging on in there and has opened up a 10-15 metre gap over Laukley of USA.
Yeah, and this will be something that Sophia will be nervous about. In the final, we saw this happen. We saw Judith and Madalena pull away, and Sophia never caught up again. She finished that final with a really sullen face, just dejected by it. The fact she knows this route and she knows she's got a big climb coming will keep her spirits high, but this will be worrying for her, and she'll now have to start thinking based off, and you could see that she's been knocked off her flow completely by those steps. They've pulled away again. This really plays with your mind and batters your confidence. So she would have had a game plan coming into this, but and there's our cyclist struggling to get down the course. But seeing how difficult it has been for her to stay in touch with our two race leaders, she knows she's going to have to actually attack far harder than she was maybe suspecting up the climb to Béchar and to Le Flégère. And so she's going to have to make moves soon if she wants to win this thing.
Absolutely. And in terms of the final descent, David, it's every bit as steep as the descent from Col de Posset, but technically, is it as tough when they start to come down from La Chalonne?
It's quite flowing. It's similar to this. There's a lot of switchbacks, which if you're in pain, it can be very hard to manage because you're constantly having to put the brakes on. But there are a few unusual rocky bits, and it's quite hard to actually pick out where the paths are, and you can see these small areas like this. It really makes a big difference. These 5-10 yards when you're tired can turn into 2-3 meters every single time. And the fact that you're having to do switchback after switchbacks, looking at your foot placement. Fatigue is not just about the muscles. When you use your glucose, 30% of it is actually used by your brain when you're exercising. And so if you're tired, if you haven't got your nutrition right, it actually becomes harder to concentrate and to make those right decisions. And we've seen time and again, we saw with Marlon Ossa, a great descender falling 5 times in Zagama. We see with Sara Alonso, someone else who's very technically gifted, falling again and again on trails like this, because towards the end of the races they just lose concentration because they're so tired, and not fueling right, and these longer distances affect the mind as much as it does the brain, and that's where Judith has the real advantage, because she's not having to use her brain quite as much, because it's second nature to her now.
Yeah, and we saw, anyone who saw them won't forget the pictures of Sylvia Nordskar last year crossing the line. She took a big fall 3 kilometres from the end. Credit to her, she still managed to finish in 5th, but it was a very, very blooded face that came across the line on that day. And, you know, you don't need to be a genius to work out the consequences of taking a tumble on this sort of steepness and with so many rocks around. All credit to them for staying on their feet. But of that leading group of 3 women, certainly it is Sophia Lauckley who looks to be struggling the most.
But we saw Yao Miao there passing the bike. We haven't seen Maud yet, but it looks like Yao Miao's not that far behind our front group of 3. She's running very well today. So potentially Yao Miao may have overtaken Maud as well. We know that at the peak she was tucked in behind them. She was in sight of them all. And the fact that we couldn't see Maud in the distance, potentially that is another significant change. Yao Miao now up to 4th, and we saw in Mont-Blanc last year where she was in a battle for 2nd and 3rd with Ayana Cortazar all the way until that final descent. She will be pushing the pace all the way through. But we're here at Valocine. This is the bottom of our very first descent, and we'll get some really good split times coming through here.
Yeah, Yao Miao was only 8 seconds off the pace of Maud Mathis going through the top of the climb. So that certainly is a gap that she should be capable of closing on the way down. We're expecting to see Judith Fieder of Switzerland come through Valocine first. Had she managed to open up a gap on Madeleine Floria of Romania? It remains to be seen. And Sophia Lauckley, despite struggling on that technical section, is still there. She's obviously still got something left in the legs, because she's picked up good speed again and is closing in on the leaders. All credit to her, showing good mental strength, good physical strength. But there's still a long, long way to go. Valocine at 23.5 kilometres. Remember, it's over 43 kilometres in this, what they call a marathon. It's a marathon plus to me, and all the runners know it.
And this is where I'm trying to look back on that switchback. I couldn't quite see someone there. This is where race nutrition comes in, and we will see these athletes go through surges of energy. If they're fueling properly, they should have constant high energy levels. But when Sophia started to switch from cross-country skiing to trail running, you don't take nutrition on quite as much in cross-country skiing. It's not as vital a part of the race. And so she was saying whenever she took an energy gel, she suddenly got this surge of energy, which basically meant that she was underfueled whenever she was taking these gels. So there is a chance that, particularly with Madalena and Sophia, that they're not as experienced with fueling throughout the whole race, but they may get their surges also when they deploy their caffeine as well. That can have a huge performance improvement benefit. And so it's whether they take advantage when they feel good to try and cut that cord between them and get out of sight, or whether they're content to sit behind. But Sophia knows if she's going to make a difference, it's going to have to be after this next aid station. There's 2 big climbs coming up, and that's where she needs to get a lead, because she's seen already how devastating Judith can be on that downhill. And if she gets to the final downhill with Judith, she's not going to be at the finish with her.
Yeah, absolutely. I think one of the other factors is that Nordic skiing, they do one race of 50 kilometres in the year. That's in the Holmenkollen 50, which is a massive event. But generally, most of the women's races are 15k, sometimes 20 in the Tour de Ski. And those distances are covered in next to no time. The 30k taking them just over an hour. Today's race, it's going to be over 4 hours. So, prior to switching to trail, Laukley just wasn't used to the longer distances. But my goodness, she's managed that downhill well and has shown good strength. She's gone into the lead. We've got a change. So we've got Sophia Laukley in front at the moment, Judith Vida in second place, and Monica Madalena Floria back in third, but that leading group of three still very much together as they go into battle on the way up to Le Béchard.
And we're going to check what their splits coming through that were as well, because it looks as if it could be extremely fast. There's more Mathis coming through now, so she's still in touch with that league, and we can now see in fact, Sophia has taken the lead now. She clearly knows that this is the moment where she needs to put some distance in between her, Madalena Floria of Romania, and Judith Wieder. They've all restocked their fuel, and they have approximately a 200-meter climb with a small descent, and then they're rising up 500 meters total to Le Béchard, which is where we see another sharp technical descent. But this pack of three now together, moored off the back of them, still in fourth, we believe.
So the leading group of three, a little light relief from the technical downhill from Col des Poussettes. And now some slightly easier running. In terms of time, they are just about over the halfway mark. In terms of distance, they've just gone through 24 kilometres. So they are pretty much thinking of the back end of the race. That's a good psychological point to go through. But the biggest of the climbs is completed. Beautiful shots.
And in terms of race pace, it looks like they've dropped off record pace now by some distance, actually, which is quite surprising given how much they're pushing. But I think they're preserving themselves for this second half, which is going to be an almighty battle.
Well, welcome to the Mont-Blanc Marathon if you have just joined us here, and the leading runners on the women's field have just gone through Valacine. We've got a group of three, Laukley, Vida, Floria from US, Switzerland and Romania are pretty much glued together as they go into the second half of this race. Over 2 hours on the clock already, and Remy Bonnet, last year's winner, is on his way. Let's have a look at some of the pictures from earlier on. David, talk us through the initial stages of the race.
Well, we knew that the level on offer today is exceptional. We have two returning champs. We have the current champ. We have last year's final. And those five were joined by Yao Miao from China in a front group that were pushing the pace. In the men's, there's always a fast start. Robert De Lorenzi from Switzerland running with Remy Bonnet. He's the current European trail champ, and he's taking on Remy Bonnet, last year's champion. So that's some big groups in the men's and the women's early fields. But it wasn't until they started to hit these climbs that the groups started to thin out. So we can see here already some Anastina Akia from Finland falling off the back. In the men's there, Bart Prodziewski, someone who'll be coming back onto form later in the race. But here we had Elusine gathering around the group of six front runners, starting to pick the pace up as they came up the climb to Col de Poussettes. Through the first aid station, the women's field narrowed again to our four favourites. They've been locked in a battle, stride for stride, it seems. And the men seem content to stick together until they reached that climb where we expected Remy Bonnet, the world's best climber, to make a move. And sure enough, he did. Coming through the aid station, that's Roberto De Lorenzi, our European champion, and Remy Bonnet starting to bridge a bit of a gap. In the women's, they couldn't shake off Miao Yao. Yao Miao, our Chinese runner, in 4th position there, all locked together. And Bart Prodziewski sat behind our group of men. But this is the moment where everything changed. Roberto De Lorenzi attacked Remy Bonnet. Remy allowed him to be ahead of him for a short distance and then absolutely broke the field within the space of 50 meters. But in our women's, they were locked together the whole way up, sometimes hiking, sometimes running. The change in leadership happening at every turn. Judith Wieder happy to sit back a tiny bit while the front 3 continued battling. In the men's, El Hussein wasn't content with the pace of our chasing 4 and took to the front. Roberto De Lorenzi, Kevin Kibet and Ezekiel Ruto also in that lead group. Coming over Col de Passet was our first descent. We saw our 3 women then overtake Maud Mathis, former series champion, and form a group of 3 descending down. But in the men's, Remy Bonnet had clear distance between him and the rest of the field. But as you saw there, those 3 female runners had very different downhill techniques. And the question was whether that downhill took more energy out of Sophia than the rest of the field.
So LSE
we're now over
for
2 hours
Morocco at the back of this particular group, coming down towards Vallorcine. It's getting fluid not only in the throat. Now, is that Remy Bonnet? It is Remy Bonnet. That's extraordinary because he had a great lead over Elacine and now he's got to do all the hard work again. That will be a major psychological boost for Elacine. We may get an explanation exactly what happened, but what's your initial impression?
Well, I mean, firstly, Elacine must have attacked on that downhill, and you can see Remy responding straight away. He is not happy about that. He does not want to be behind Elacine. Some miscommunications. Thibaut Baronian, who came second in the 90k 2 days ago. Something happened with the handoff, which allowed El Hussein to come through. But the fact El Hussein has caught Remy on this downhill, this will be in Remy's mind. At this stage last year, Remy was nowhere near anyone else. And El Hussein has closed the gap on that downhill. We know El Hussein has superb 10k pace. And in the final last year, El Hussein came from behind, dropping Remy on the 2nd lap. So last year at this stage, it was already over. Remy was so far clear, but the fact El Hussein is on her shoulder, Remy now knows he needs to pick up the pace on this climb because it's not going to be as comfortable a victory if he can even win this year as he was suspecting coming into this race.
Yeah, Remy Bonnet, it looked to me as though he had a planned sort of drink stop and he missed the drink that he required. Probably sensibly went back to get the one he wanted, just to make sure he sticks to his nutrition plan, and he's had to start all over again. He was out in front, he was looking very relaxed, no one to be seen. I know it was misty, but he couldn't hear or see the opposition. Now he has the Moroccan Elacine Alazoui on his tail, and the man who comes from a Berber family, which is the desert nomads in Morocco. He was a tour guide there originally until someone recognised his talent and invited him to Switzerland to race. He came second in his first ever race, and he hasn't looked back since then. Now very much a fully fledged professional trail runner, and here he is sitting in 2nd place in the Marathon de Mont-Blanc, and he must be getting excited at this stage.
But look at this time. It's 1:51:36 currently. They came through Vallorcine last year at 1:51.18. They are miles ahead of the record pace. Both Elisine and Remy destroying what seemed to be an incredible time already. So no wonder Remy looks rattled, because he's running faster than he did last year, and yet Elisine is on his shoulder. Elisine has never been in this position at this stage of Mont-Blanc before. We've talked about his issue with the heat, with the humidity. This is good conditions for him. They both know that. The mental battle has begun, and boy, is there a mental battle with our women's field here.
Yeah, there certainly is. In terms of records, David, I think it's worth pointing out that course adjustment that had to be made because of a flooded trail from La Tour up towards Col de Posset, that cut a distance of 800 metres out of the route. I know it was steeper, but potentially that could be where the time was gained.
Yeah, absolutely. And they've now said last year's time is the new course, that's the new record, but actually last year's race was 2 kilometres longer than in 2022, and yet Remy still beat John Albon's time, and Sophia Lockley still beat Sarah Alonso's time with those 2 kilometres extra. That is how fast they were running last year. So just incredible performances today. But you can see the way this race is changing. They keep on pulling away from Sophia, and that every change of terrain seems to be changing who's got that who's got the advantage. But Sophia seems quite content to just and big up to our cyclists. Nice slide through under the under the netting there. But Sophia seems quite happy to let them get away and to reel them in slowly. It's showing maturity here, that she's not each time startled into having to attack back. She's quite content to just let them come back to her. But I think she'll be getting nervous now, because this is where she'd be expecting to start to pull away. She's known as a supreme climber, and this is the moment in the race that she would have been thinking, I'll wait until I get to the bottom of the Vallecine, and that's when I can start to push the pace and take an advantage. The fact that's not happening already, this to me suggests that maybe she's not in the shape she was wanting to be. And Judith pushing the pace here is a supreme display of confidence, because Judith knows she's got that finishing pace, so she doesn't need to be leading up this climb. The fact she is shows that she's feeling good, and that to me is very worrying for her other female athletes.
Yeah, Floria, though, looked fantastic on the first climb up towards Col de Posset, and I wonder whether we're going to see something from her. She needs to show a little bit more confidence, but they all know their own strengths. They've raced against each other enough to know where the strengths and weaknesses are. I think the two leaders will be delighted that a gap of 20 metres has now opened up between themselves and Lauchley. It's going to be interesting to see whether Lauchley can respond. Remember, she is the best uphill climber in the cross-country ski world. So VO2 is not an issue for her. She has the lungs of a horse, and she should be able to climb pretty quickly up towards Flégère when she gets there. But I think there's a certain amount of fatigue, and you mentioned it, her legs look that much heavier than Judith Feeder on the downhill. She was certainly more tentative, certainly taking more punishment through the legs, and I wonder whether that's costing her now.
And this is where the rest of the field comes into play, because we know that Maud Mathis is a very mature racer, and she will be pacing this to be running the second half equal pace to the first. Yao Miao, she's got some 2:29 marathon pace coming through. If Sophia is suddenly caught by someone else, suddenly that could be another mental blow to her, and she just needs to stay strong now and trust in nutrition. We know that Madalena Fleury has not had the pre-season she wanted. She spent 2 months at altitude in E10, then moved to Madeira to get similar altitude, but then had a virus and couldn't train for a couple of weeks. A few days ago, she was struggling to keep down her food, partly race nerves, partly because of she thinks when she's stressed that virus comes back. So I don't think she's going to have a full, I don't think she started today's race with her muscles fully stocked of glycogen stores. I'd be amazed if she can keep this pace to the finish line. Sophia may or may not know that, but Judith certainly will be pacing this well. She's got the experience, and she's also someone who knows how to take the pain of a race and still be able to attack a downhill, because one of the challenges is, even if you're someone like Madalena Freire, who is a very fast downhiller because of her flat speed and a lack of fear, if you're tight, if you haven't got the energy to be able to attack into those downhills, suddenly it can become a bit of an obstacle, and you can actually slow down against runners who aren't necessarily as good technically as you are. And this would be the real challenge now. It's whose nutrition plan is better and who has spent too much time battling each other, where Maud Mathis and Yao Miao have very sensibly sat off the back, not expending mental energy, and now have the opportunity to dig into the reserves and to try and claw them back.
Lauchley has a cyclist on her elastic band at the moment. She can still see the two in front of her, but this must be a little bit of a concern for the American, last year's winner, sitting in third at the moment. Here she is.
I think there's a side note to winning again. Back in the winter, I knew I was going to come, and I wanted winning last year. It was easy to set the goal of winning again this year, but I've definitely had an alternate spring, like where I didn't come back as strong as I wanted. I had some injury, and so I'm coming into this race with not my best preparation, and so I'm trying to change goals and be a little bit more realistic. But with that being said, like, I'm obviously very results driven, and I want to have a top performance. I wouldn't be here otherwise, but I think my confidence, and I'm going to be a little bit more cautious. Last year I sent it from the beginning because I knew I was in good shape. I'm less confident about that for tomorrow, and so I think I know that I'm going to be pretty conservative off the start, especially knowing there's like 5-6 other women that are gunning for the win. I don't think I've ever started with such a competitive field, and that makes me want to be pretty conservative and hopefully, like, throughout the race, move up. But yeah, that's my goal.
Thank you. So a certain amount of reality there from Sophia Lauchley, but also a little bit of negativity. But having just heard that, and heard the fact that she'd be happy just to sort of finish in the top 5, she is starting to claw back on those two in front. So she's certainly not given up at this stage. But I think we have to realise that with the knee injury that she suffered at the end of the ski season, things aren't the same as last year. And she's an unbelievable athlete, but she's not superhuman. So she needs to contain herself. She said she'd work her way back into it. Is she going to be able to do some damage on the climb, particularly up to Flégère?
And the fact that the group they are quite a bit slower than last year, which actually may do her some favours. It's not as if they're setting off a blistering pace. So because Sophia is someone who knows how to suffer, and that's why she's transitioned to trail so quickly. So actually, even if she's feeling bad, she won't give up. She will battle hard. And the way these races often work, you can go through waves of feeling terribly, and suddenly your energy levels return. And so the longer she can hang on in there, the better she'll be feeling. The big challenge coming now is, this is the climb coming up to Le Bécher, which is 1,700 meters total. So that's 500 meters up from Vallecines. There's some very steep technical downhill there. That's where she needs to be clinging on, because potentially if they have a gap on her like this at the peak, by the bottom, I believe that Judith will be out of sight, and that will be very hard mentally to come back from. If she can be in touch with them down that hill, she has the chance to aggressively attack that 400-500 meter climb up to La Flégère, and that's potentially where her confidence can come back.
I think worth mentioning at this stage that when they went through Vallorcine, the three leaders were together. Miao Yao of China was on 2:12.40, so she was only 16 seconds behind the leading three. And Maud Mathis, who's on your picture now, she was at 13:03, so she was only 45 seconds or so behind that leading group of three. Certainly not out of it at this stage. And Erkala of Finland, who we saw in the early stages, only just over a minute, about 1:12, 1:13 behind the leaders at the bottom of the big hill at Vallorcine. That was at the 23.5 kilometre stage. So although we've got a leading group of three, should something happen to them, there are another three athletes really, who could steal the show at the end of the day.
And look at Maud's running gait here. She just looks like she's sauntering. She's so relaxed. It doesn't look like she's having to use any force going up the hill. And she will be looking ahead. She'll be growing confidence as they pass every camera runner and everyone on the course. They will be giving them race splits. And so the fact that, as you say, Miao Yao, Maud Mathis, they've both come through Vallorcine, and they will know that they're not far behind. Maud will be feeling great right now. She's run races like this before from behind. She's paced to finish strong, and it wouldn't surprise me if she starts to see them in her out the front of her. But that gap slightly increasing, it seems.
Yeah, Maud's technique, as you mentioned, is slightly more of a shuffle. The foot stays very low. It hardly gets more than a centimetre above the ground at any stage, relying on the glutes and the quads to generate the power rather than the calves that tend to give you the spring and the muscles in the foot. Laukli, pretty standard running style, still agonisingly close to those leading two, but Judith Vida is still, I think, setting the pace out front. Madalena Floria has played a canny game. I just get the feeling she's got something left in the tank. I haven't seen any change in form in her running. I haven't seen any negativity from her. And we're back now with Remy Bonnet, who was leading. He lost his lead going through Vallorcine, but has gone ahead now of Elisine, who was the man who overtook him. And so Remy Bonnet is back in front where he wants to be. This is Maud Mathis.
I mean, both Maud and Remy look so incredibly relaxed, and you could see Remy was attacking there. Maud here just looking composed, her experience shining through. As you mentioned, she first won here 12 years ago. She knows this course incredibly well, and she has been training to ensure that she has lost her top pace because she can't do interval sessions, but she's been training to ensure that she can run and run and run at this pace for mile after mile. And I think she'll be closing that gap on the lead group very shortly.
So here's the view of the map as they go up Col de Monet and wind its way up the valley. And then, of course, that big climb, Le Bécher, and then Flégère, and then they can start to think about the final descent back down into Chamonix, where it all started. And that's been one of the big changes over the years. It, of course, used to finish at the top of the climb. So you did more climbing than descending through the race. But I think it's a good thing. Logistically, David, it makes it so much easier if the race finishes where it starts. Not just for the organisation, but for the athletes as well.
That finish is it's the most iconic finish in trail running in the world. To come through the town to that round of applause is just incredible. And as you say, it means we can get the huge crowds up there, and it also means when the athletes finish, they don't then have to get down the mountain to get back to have a shower and to have some food. But this is Maud Mathis, currently sat in 4th place, we believe, trying to run down our pack of 3 leaders together. She won the series back in 2021. She's won this race back in 2012. And she is someone who is extremely experienced, returning from a long-term injury. She's already won in Kobe, coming from behind. She was sat in 3rd place to win overall. She's doing extremely well in our overall series, and she is someone who they will be fearing now. They know that she'll be coming, but she actually needs to be not only catching them up. We talk about that downhill speed. Maud needs to be leading by quite a bit before that final downhill, because she won't be able to pull away from them as soon as they start descending again.
She is, of course, a 4-time winner of Sierra Zinal, which is a very, very quick race. So she'll be enjoying the tarmac section, allow her to use her speed. Back now with the 2 leaders. Judith Vida is there. We've got Floria of Romania. This is the leader of the men's race, Remy Bonnet. There are still plenty of springs in those legs. Look at that style.
Did you see who was off camera? Did you see who was just to the left? El Hassin was just on his shoulder. Remy looks he looks less relaxed in his face than normal. Like El Hassin's just there. This is incredible running from him. We have asked El Hassin. We saw him 2 years ago drinking from a stream on the way up this climb. He was so dehydrated. He's clearly gaining experience and learning. This will be worrying for Remy, because he knows El Hassin can run extremely fast downhill. If it comes to a sprint finish, El Hassin is a 38-minute 10K. I'm going to back El Hassin for that sprint, and so Remy knows he's going to have to try and shake El Hassin off, and he's not managed it yet on these steeper climbs.
Well, there's still plenty of climbing still to come for Bonnet to use his particular strength, which is the uphills. But El Hassin, he's a tough-looking character, isn't he? Very different build from Remy Bonnet. He's a powerhouse of a man, and he's got an equally strong mind as well. Maud Mathis on the descent, just off the pace of the leaders in the women's race, going great.
Yeah, and we're back with Maud Mathis, but talking about El Hassin, he's really had to learn how to race the hard way. He ended up in a drip at the end of the final in El Hierro. He's blown up twice at Mont-Blanc. He's lost the race at Dolomis before. He was the best runner not to win a Golden Trail race. And is this an overtake of Yao Miao? This is. They've caught Yao Miao. They're catching up very early into the front of the women's, and they'll be passing them a lot earlier than last year. It just shows you that the men are absolutely flying versus the course record, where the women seem to be consumed in their battle more than the course pace. But yeah, El Hassin has really had to learn when to attack, but also how to manage his race, because for years it was equally likely he wouldn't finish as he would finish well, and it's only really been this last year. The Dolomis allowed him to change his race strategy, and coming into the final, he won the prologue, and then he just sat back in the final, sat behind Filimon Kiriago, and it wasn't until the last lap, the final 5K, that he attacked. Suspect he'll be thinking the same thing here. Let Remy do all the work and just wait until he sees a chink in the armour, and then he'll go. Let's see if we can see Maud coming back. That was our 3 women who've gone through, our 3 leaders. How close is Maud now?
Well, she's certainly not looking too far off the pace. As we mentioned earlier on, she was some 43 seconds off the lead going through Vallecine. and she's got a chance just to close that gap as we have another look at the map of the course. You can see the profile, you can see the hard climb up to Flégère.
And this is Bart Prodziewski we've got on screen now. Yeah. He's having a great year so far, third in Zegama. Zegama was actually his very first international race where he was third, and he said at the press conference yesterday that he's almost been reborn this year since he won the championship back in 2020. He's had so much pressure on himself. He turned pro, he was a fireman, and this is our two race leaders, Remy Bonnet and El Hussein. But Bart almost had so much pressure quitting his job as a fireman, and he overtrained. He couldn't escape fevers because of that overtraining, and he said for the last 2 years the level of competition and the pressure has meant that he's not been able to race his own race, and he's only realised that this year that he's gone back to his attitude that he had back in 2018 of not worrying about anyone else and racing his own race. And we've seen at Zegama and even in Kobe how well that has stood him.
Yeah, he was over 4 minutes behind going through Vallocine, so he's not having his best of days, the Polish runner. Lots of Polish fans here, which is fantastic. They'll certainly be hoping that Przedwojewski can pick up the pace, pick up positions in the second half of this Mont-Blanc marathon. The leading three women still very, very close. Lauchley is on one of those elastic bands, David, that keeps stretching but doesn't break. At some stage it may just snap, but she's back in contact now. Judith Fieder out in front. We've got Floria in second place, Lauchley in third as the climbing starts yet again. This again is Bart Przedwojewski of Poland, but he's 4.5 minutes down.
And looking at the rest of our top 10, just to give you some, it now seems it's Kevin Kibet and Roberto De Lorenzi who are the chasing pack behind El Hussein and Remy. Frederick Chanchard still in the running behind them with Robert Kimoy from Kenya. Then a new runner, Maximilian Drion de Chapois, who we don't know yet, and then Bart, who we have on screen now. But Bart is a very good descender and also a very good pacer. This is now where we get to see who is tired. Will they change their body position? Have they learnt from Maud in how? And you can see there, Madalena already taking a slight overtake on this uphill. It's a battle with every step.
Yeah, Madalena Floria still looking very, very comfortable out front at the moment. I think this could be a really key stage of the race. She knows she needs to get ahead of Vida before the downhill. And, you know, because Lauchley is last year's winner, she's got to still be concerned about the American as well.
Yeah, absolutely, and there's still a significant amount of climbing. This is the climb up to Le Bécher still. As you can see, it's very steep, and the downhill is similar to what they're going up. So it is technical, but I mean, she is gapping them now. This is a difference. You can see she's just working hard up these easier climbs and pulling away when she can run. And this is a significant move now.
Yeah, fantastic move from Fleury. I think it's been on the cards for a while, but is this a concerted effort to win the race, or is she just trying to buy some time before the next of the technical downhills, which comes at 29.5k, all the way back down to the 1400 metres from 1700 where they're climbing to at the moment. These are the two leading men. Bonnet just ahead of Elisine, and Elisine still looking fantastic. He's a sort of Jack Russell of an athlete, isn't he? He gets those teeth in, he doesn't let go, and I don't think he's going to miss this opportunity.
I mean, they know each other extremely well. They've often worked together in races. We saw that in last year's final, the first lap and a half. They'd be looking to each other, knowing that one would help out on the climb, the other would help out on the descent. But I don't think Remy would not be expecting to see him on his shoulder, and it will start to wear at him, just having El Hassin, the flying camel, flying on his shoulder. But now it looks like we've got the cameraman in between Madalena Florea. Potentially she's starting to gap the others. I mean, she's looking good. She is running well here. Given this stage of the race and actually how hard it is to climb when the steps are like this, she's really looks like she has intent to try and battle this win away from the others on this climb up to Le Béchar. Incredible to send. Wow, look at that gap. That's significant already.
Florea, 31 years old, from Romania. She's got a massive amount of fans in Romania, lives in Sighisoara, which is, you know, if you drew lines across the country, it's smack in the middle, about as far away from any borders as you can get. And she made her transition from track running to trail running back in 2015. She was a really 5k and 10k runner, so she's got the speed, and she's showing today that she has the ability to climb as well.
Yes, I mean, she's got a 15:38 5k pace, 32:55 10k pace. You know, that was never been. And now it's the overtake of the men's coming through. Wow, this will be interesting to see how they all respond to this. They may potentially draw some. Judith and Remy know each other very well, both Swiss compatriots. This could give her some energy to see them there, and also just to have someone in the distance to work towards. But El Hassin's made a move. El Hassin has overtaken Remy up the hill. We have never seen this before.
Well, we saw De Lorenzi go ahead of Remy Bonnet, and he paid a price for that. I wonder whether El Hassin will pay the same price in around 5 minutes' time. Fascinating changes here in the Marathon de Mont-Blanc. And Remy Bonnet, last year's winner, it seems, is not going to have it all his own way today. At this stage last year, David, it was in the bag.
It was so in the bag. At this stage last year, El Hassin was on the side scooping water out of a river. What is he doing? This, to me, is insanity. Why are you attacking Remy at his strength? He knows he's got the whole of the top of across Le Flagère. He knows he has the whole of the downhill, and yet he's attacking now. Clearly, he feels like the pace is too slow, and they were already 90 seconds ahead of the race pace. And they've just overtaken Madalena. She would have heard the noise from behind. That would give her a sense of what the gap was on the women behind. You know, this is an incredible scene in the men's and the women's race all together. And she may even try and use them. Look, she's sticking with them. She's following their route, and this is helping her as well. What an incredible race this is.
So the leaders of the men and the women's race together in the Marathon de Mont-Blanc. Remember, the women started 30 minutes ahead. So there is, in real terms, a big difference. But you can just see the work rate being put in by Florea. And it's El Hassin El Hassawi, the Moroccan, who leads the way at the moment, still looking strong. And what a season he's had. 3 races so far. He's been on the podium in every race. Kobe was third. He was second in China, and he backed that up with a runners-up position in Zegama as well. That was a fantastic show coming in behind Kylian Jornet on that occasion. But I thought Zegama showed us how strong mentally that El Hassawi is.
Yeah, absolutely. He was running with Bart in second, third place, and he was dropped with 5Ks to go 2 years ago at Zegama. He didn't let that happen. He attacked aggressively to break free from Bart. But actually in Kobe, he was the leader. He fell. We asked him after Kobe. He was leading. He had a bad fall and hurt his back. And if you saw how he came in, he looked like he had been like physically broken by that fall. When we asked him in the press conference in China, like, did did Patrick win Kobe, or did you lose it? He said, I lost Kobe. He knows he should have won that if he hadn't fallen. So he is in the form of his life, and he's leading our series at the moment. But actually, if he hadn't fallen in Kobe, potentially he'd be leading by even more. He could have had one win under his belt, and the fact he's taken it out to the best climber in the world, he's overtaken the best climber on earth at this stage in a race, is supreme confidence on display.
He's not quite shaken him off yet, though, and Remy Bonnet might enjoy just running in the wake of Elisine. And he's still looking pretty comfortable. Lots of spring in the legs. Body language-wise, who are you fancying at this stage?
It's so hard to... It's purely going to come down to, for me, what nutrition Elisine has been taking on. We've seen throughout the whole of this race that Remy has held a bottle with him. We know for the last few years he used to have issues with running downhill with nutrition in his belly, and that was why he could never extend to winning at races like Sierra Zanao. He's mastered that. El Hussein still hasn't shown the ability to master longer races. He hinted at that with his performance at the final, but he's not carrying water bottles, and it could be that he isn't taking on enough nutrition. And
looks as though
nice to hear that, Remy. Remy said, "Ça va?" Like, are you okay? He did stop there for a while. Hopefully, Elisine's okay. But as you said, Elisine.
I was going to say, I have a feeling that he might have just in that stumble, I think he sort of scuffed his foot. He might well have pulled the back of his trainer off and had to readjust that. And it's given Remy Bonnet a chance to go in front. Or was it gamesmanship and had Elisine had enough of being out front, back where he's familiar, in runners-up position?
and Elisine, as you mentioned, was a Berber, and when he came to racing, he said he wanted sugary mint tea. And he tried to use dates instead of gels. He tried to use kind of very sweet mint tea in his energy drinks, and it's only really been the last year. And now that he's joined with Kylian Jornet and normal, you have to hope that Kylian has been influencing the nutrition strategies of El Hussein. But even at this stage of the race, the last 2 years, El Hussein was in real trouble. And so he's looking far better than he ever has before. And I don't think he would have attacked if he was worried about his nutrition.
In terms of the
leader.
Yeah, in terms of the gels, David, you've got as much choice as you have in terms of trainers. But what are you looking for in a gel? What's the ideal makeup?
They're all very different, actually, and even between nations, between continents, it changes. We see a lot of North American athletes typically would have used the kind of thicker gels. You'd have your Gouge, you'd have your Cliff that have 22, 23 grams of carbs, but they can be quite sickly and they can be quite hard to take, but some people love them because they're quite puddingy. You then have now your Morton gels, which have a more gelatinous style. Your Cis gels more liquidy, and they are bigger. They're more like having a drink, but they can have up to 30 grams. So typically you'll see the athletes pick up their water bottles and they'll have gels taped to them. I believe Remy will be doing a blend of drink and gels, but significantly they will be starting to take on their caffeine at Velocine, and certainly at Le Flagey. That's when they'll be taking on kind of 100 milligrams of caffeine or so, and ensuring that you've got the right mix of caffeine and glucose at that stage is vitally important, because if you take your caffeine early and you're not topping up your glycogen stores, you're likely to have an insulin level spike from both the sugar of the gels and the caffeine. And if you haven't got a stomach at that stage and you're not taking on additional glycogen, that's when you have these crashes. And that's the biggest worry for these athletes now, is that if they just can't top up their nutrition all the way through to the finish of this race. Remy's putting a bit of a gap back. He's flowing nicely. He's his head's not down. He's and this could be significant. We know that Remy is, and there you go. You can see El Hussein sitting back and cutting the corner. This is what he did so masterfully in the final. It gives him the opportunity to see where the trail goes, and then he has more time to make that decision and cut that corner. And he'll be eating up 2 or 3 yards with every corner over Remy because he's sat back and not forced him to make that decision.
Yeah, and of course both men know the course well as they work their way down. Over 30 kilometres completed. Remember, just over the 42 kilometre mark for this marathon. Comes in at what, 43 and a half, somewhere around there, because of the changes that they had to make at the last moment. Floria of Romania flowing nicely down the hill. She's done an amazing job of keeping pretty much in touch with the leading men, and we're still waiting for confirmation of her lead over Judith Vida.
Yeah, you can see the way she's attacking these with pure aggression. She hasn't got the flow and the technique and experience of Judith, but she's just putting all of her so much energy into moving forward and just responding to what she needs to. But as soon as the flow a bit more, Remy is pulling away, which is quite surprising. The fact El Hussein was on his shoulder when he was climbing, to me, made me think that maybe that Remy was tired, but no, he's really finding his groove as the trail gets a bit smoother. So maybe coming down that final trail, this will be changing what their strategy is, because if Remy is starting to feel and starting to feed on the fact actually he's descending a little bit faster than El Hussein, he's not going to need to push as much on the climb to La Flégère, because he may begin to believe he can actually win on the downhill and doesn't need to bury himself trying to create a gap. But we're back with our leader, Madeleine Lefouria, and she's looking fantastic. She looks better now to me than she did down that first descent.
I'm absolutely with you there, but you've mentioned in the past, and I think it's well known that she struggled a little bit with the nutrition in the past, and the next stage, it's the next 10 to 13 kilometres that will certainly find you out if you haven't been taking on enough fluid and enough fuel. But the style still looks good. She's on her own, and we're still waiting for an update on the gap between the race leader in the women's and the two chasers behind, Lauckley of USA, Vida of Switzerland, who have both had their share of the lead in this race. Well,
yeah, we're going to hear from Madeleine about what her strategy is shortly, to hear whether this is going to her game plan. I suspect it is.
My first strategy to don't start fast. The second one is to pay attention, to hydrate well, and to be focused to don't fall or to don't lost, because I have experience to lost.
Well, she said not to start too fast. She did start pretty fast, to be fair, and I think she was gagging to get going and get ahead of the rest on that first climb up from Le Tour, but held herself back, kept looking behind her just to see where the others were. But she has now made her move after they went through Valacine. She turned the screw, and over Le Breget has got herself into a fantastic position. This is a huge opportunity for her.
And she hinted at what happened Mammoth Lakes, leading then, similarly attacking on the downhill, and she got lost. So she will have that in her mind, clearly focused.
le challenge le plus excitant, c'est de pouvoir faire ressentir au public ce que moi j'ai pu vivre en tant que coureur dans le passé, ce que peut engendrer comme vibration le fait d'aller vite sur des parcours absolument incroyables.
So this is Sébastien Chagnot,
Sébastien Chagnot, je suis trailer,
head of the runners and bikers with the cameras. He says he's a trail runner, an ultra runner. He's in charge of setting up the live event.
Pour faire le suivi, de recruter
Says
des
for the
gens
Golden
qui
Series,
sont,
for Mont-Blanc,
aussi bien en
have to
coureur qu'en
recruit
vététiste, parce que c'est
world-class
très technique.
runners and mountain
Et rendu
bikers
technique
because
par
the
le terrain,
terrain
mais
and the
aussi par la
speed
vitesse.
make it very, very technical.
On se retrouve avec des zones roulantes où ils sont à 20,
He says on the
21
rolling
km/h.
sections where the speeds are up to 20, 21 kilometers an hour,
Un vététiste, par
we're
exemple, il y a 6 vététistes
likely
techniques,
to take the
très
pictures
techniques,
off
mais
the mountain bikers, for
Et dans les
example,
descentes très
6
techniques,
bikers in all,
où, il y a des éboulis,
and
il y a,
it's
des racines
incredibly
qui descendent à
technical,
25 km/h. Et là, on va mettre
as we've already seen so far
le
today.
système qu'on utilise, c'est un système qui est totalement développé en interne.
Says the system they're using, they've been developing in-house, little by little. They've
Et on est passé de 7 kilos à 1
worked
kilo
on the
300. Au
cameras
niveau course
and
à pied,
the
le jeu du
broadcasting
poids
system,
peut
and they've
être
gone from
vraiment très important.
7 kilograms down to 1.3. When it comes to the running and the biking, weight is all important. He says the runners have zones that they cover, which means that among the 9 runners he's been able to recruit, he's got some runners that are specialists in climbing, some who'll find themselves following the leaders without too much difficulty. And then when they're at the top, they hand over to the downhill specialist, and they can take the ride down in the cable car. And then he says they've got riders who can do the climbs 2 or 3 times, but they will take it in turns. He's got a fantastic team out there, David. They've done great work so far.
Yeah.
Absolutely astonished that the bikers have managed to keep pace with the runners on some of the technical trails. But when you've been to the sort of world-class mountain biking events, you realise just how skilled they are.
Yeah, absolutely. We can see Eru with the camera running, our Spanish cameraman. But I mean, the standard of these the cameramen and the cyclists. We've Miguel, who sometimes films for us. He's a former mountain biking Olympic champion. Anna Kufa, who often films the downhills. She's now aiming for the Olympics as Skimo, representing Slovenia. So they're all elite level athletes themselves. But this is an absolute belt of a race. I'd love to know what Remy's thinking, because he would not be expecting this. Even El Hussein, I think, would be a little bit surprised to be up with Remy at this stage, because El Hussein has always done well in races, but more across the flat. And when he's tried to stick with Remy in the past, he's often blown up on the climbs. So the fact he's up there now is got to be building his confidence. We talked about how hot it can get and how exposed it can be. It's looked fairly covered until now, but we can start to see when it changes. See that sun and see the how open it is. But this is Judith Wieder we're behind now. Possibly in second place then, if the main challenger to Madalena Florea, potentially. We're waiting on our splits, but Judith Wieder from Switzerland, a very good descender. She's not out of the running yet, that's for sure.
Yeah, well, we wait for the men's splits. For the women's splits, I can update you on the women's. Remy Bonnet going through Bois Planolet in 2:31. He was locked together in battle with Elassine El Azawi of Morocco. Then a minute 20 behind, Kevin Kibet in third at the moment. Robert De Lorenzi, who had the audacity to take on Remy Bonnet on the first climb, he's at 2:32.32, so he's a minute and a half off the leaders. And Ruto is there as well for Kenya, 2:42.39, so he's 10 minutes behind. So we've really got 4 runners still in with a chance. but if nothing happens to Bonnet and Elizawi at the front in terms of running out of energy, then they are likely to, one of them is likely to take the top spot here today. In the women's, Floria looking fantastic. Judith Vida in your picture at the moment. Can't see an athlete in front of her, but she'll have the news. She'll know exactly where she stands. And we haven't heard or seen from Sophia Laukley of USA recently, but hopefully we'll get the splits updated. Vida was, 40 seconds behind going through Plagnolet, and Sophia Laukley, as yet, her time has not come up.
And the men are still significantly ahead of the course record set last year. Like, this is, they're like two heavyweight boxers taking blows out of each other, but it doesn't seem to be slowing them down. They're ahead of race pace. An incredible performance. And interestingly as well, in the women, we've spoken about Yao Miao. She is an incredibly fast marathon runner. She will be tracking them back. So this battle is about to erupt.
Yao Miao at the moment is, well, we're still waiting to see where she is, but she was just behind Sophia Laukley last time we saw. So we need a little bit of updating there, but no doubt Madalina Floria of Romania is having the race of her life. Here are the two leading men. It's been about Remy Bonnet and Elizawi all the way through for the last, 45 minutes. These two have been going head to head. The views are absolutely stunning, but this is not a place on the course where you want to make a mistake.
Wow. Absolutely. I mean, it'd be a lovely place to finish, but what? Oh, interesting. Remy stopped for water. We talked about nutrition. Remy did pick up, we thought, all of his nutrition at Vallorcine. He's clearly got through that already and is feeling the heat. So could be a masterful move. And that is where we saw El Hussein fall apart previously, having to stop for water for several minutes. But he's surrendered his lead to get a bit more of a drink. And look at this pace. Wow.
This is fantastic. This is high-risk running at the moment from Floria, but she's safe on the feet at the moment. But the footwork, incredibly quick footwork. And she's obviously thinking well, she's running well, and I think buoyed by the fact that she knows she's opening up a gap between herself and Judith Vida.
And she seems to be a runner that feeds off fear. She was saying in the final, she just kept on telling herself, you cannot slow down, you cannot slow down. They're coming for you, they're coming for you. She's one of those athletes that almost uses negative thoughts as her fuel. But I've just been texted by, in fact, she's asking the camera runner to get out of the way. That's how fast she's running. I've just had a text come through from Ryan from Tailwind. Apparently she has been transitioning to a nutrition drink she's trialing out for the first time on this race, and she's been taking on some 90 gram of carbs with her drink. So that hopefully will be exactly what she needs to see her to the finish line, because she's running right now as if she has got a lot of energy left in her legs.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that you cannot take on enough carbs to replace the carbs that you're using. And so you're just trying to top things up. You're trying to keep the level as high as possible all the way through the race.
And this is Judith, who's chasing now. And she's running final previously. And Jeff closed 2 minutes in the final 5k on Madalina Floria. So she will take strength from that, knowing that the race is not over yet. We know how devastating that Judith can be on the downhills, and she's clawed back 2 minutes on Maud before in the Dolomites race on the downhill, and so she certainly won't be giving up yet. And you can see that she's still in good contact with the men. who've only just gone through this section. The women's pace compared to the men is fantastic today.
So now we're race leader in the women's. 31.5 kilometres gone, David. When they get to 35, that is the bulk of the climbing done. Little bit of undulation before the final descent.
I can't recall a race at Mont-Blanc that has been this close at this stage of the race. Maybe for third or fourth positions, but to have our first and second, male and females, so close together, particularly with the technical skill on offer between El Hussein and Judith. This is going to be a race right to the finish line. We've spoken about how fast Madalena is with her 5k, her 10k pace. She's got some blisteringly fast half marathon as well, a 1:11. Judith hasn't raced as many marathons as her experience would suggest. And there we go. You can see Remy stopping for water. Well, I never.
Yeah,
and he's back at the front. He's back.
Yeah, it was a quick stop, though. He only lost some 10 seconds, which is good. Elasine likes to follow, so he may not be too upset with that. But I think Remy Bonnet still looking fantastic, but he's running out of time, David, to take advantage of his number one skill, which is his uphill climbing ability. And you said pretty much at the top of the first big climb at Col de Posset that if it comes to a battle on that final downhill, your money would be on the Moroccan.
Absolutely. Elasine has got a low 30. But then Remy's pace is very fluid. There are some slightly more technical sections that I think El Hussein would pull away on that descent, but we've seen, strangely, as soon as the trail starts to flow a bit more on this kind of terrain that Madalena's running on now, actually it's been Remy who's been pulling away from El Hussein. And this is where belief and to a certain extent respect will come to play, because I'm not sure if El Hussein has the belief to attack Remy early. And so Remy, to me, is in the driving seat here. If they come into the town, El Hussein will pull away. And we saw that in the final 2 years ago. There was Thibaut and El Hussein were in a battle for second place overall in the series. And El Hussein said to Petra Mamu, a fellow African runner, if you want to attack, please do it now. I need a favour. And he's acted as chauffeur driver, pulled him away, and El Hussein then stormed off into the distance to take second overall in the series. So a sprint finish, certainly El Hussein, but these flowing downs, Remy potentially looks like he's got more energy. We're coming up to the climb though, to Le Flagere. There's trees all around, as you can see, but soon they're going to hit the ski slope, and that is where the sun hits you, the heat hits you, and it starts to get very hard.
Split screen of the two leading women, and you've got Fleury on the right of your screen, Judith Feeder on the left. At the last split we got, they were some 48 seconds apart, with the Romanian in red out in front. Just getting a sense that Fleury's stride is shortening a little bit, not quite as much spring in it as there was before, but that's understandable after 35, just about 35 kilometres of the race completed. Remember, the distance just over the 43 mark, so we are coming into the final stages, and it looks as though with both the men and the women's races very, very tight, that final descent down into Chamonix is going to be absolutely crucial this year.
And when they come out on that ski slope, it gives them the opportunity to actually see where the other athletes are. And that means they can start to think about, this is the start of the ski slope we're seeing here. They can then start to think about their race strategy, because they actually know how far the finish is and what their leads are. So that's a really good opportunity for them to restock, think about their nutrition, but then actually to start planning their battles. And this is a battle right here. Remy's still leading, but he can't shake off El Hassin. Even on these climbs, this could be right through to the finish, and it could have a devastating impact on that course record.
Yeah, they're 2.5k up the climb. They've got another 2.5k of climbing still to go. It will take them up just about to the 1900 meter mark yet again. Remember, they've already been up to 2,200. Over 2,500 meters in all, climbed throughout the race. It is absolutely brutal, but Remy Bonnet still going well out in front. El Hassin of Morocco sitting in second place. He's hanging on in there, and he's a powerhouse of a runner. A couple of little stumbles. Now, how significant is that the foot placement isn't quite as accurate as it was in the early stages of the climb?
Yeah, I mean, it's a very good observation, and the fact he hasn't stopped for water, he's seen Remy stop for water. It's a long way still. That climb is going to feel like an eternity up to La Flégère. If he's feeling dehydrated now, it's really going to start to kick in. And he's not looking as flowing. He's not looking, but he's again the master, taking his shortcuts, but he doesn't look like he's got quite the positivity as he did before. But I suspect the heat may be starting to get to him. Always his biggest danger. Now, if you're Patrick Jenner, you must be delighted to see. For him, he wants El Hassin to win because he knows he's got 2 victories over him, and Remy is the one that he fears. So this is a great battle for him to see. And Judith there behind Robert Kimoy, I think potentially. It is our new runner who's just overtaken Judith, Ezekiel Ruto, for Millimani runners. And we're back with our men's. Although, having said that, suddenly El Hassin's looking pretty good again. As soon as the terrain is a little bit more runnable, he seems happy as Larry.
Yeah, and the final bit of the climb up towards Flégère, how does that compare with the top of Col de Posset, which was really, really steep?
It is steep, not quite as steep though. It is a ski slope where it's very open. There's not many rocks at all. So actually it's very easy to find your foot placement. You don't need that level of concentration. It can be quite a lot of shale though. So there is the chance to slip if you're not putting a firm foot down, but it will feel... It's more the distance. You can look up and it looks like a very long way left to climb. And it's more the mental battle than the physical climb at that stage that can be the killer. Particularly if you're thirsty and you're feeling dehydrated. It just seems so far away.
Yeah, 13.6 degrees temperature will certainly help things as they go through. There have been occasions in the running of this race where it's been a whole lot hotter than that. Started back, in 2003. The sort of the running scene's been going a lot longer than that here. But my goodness, some of the big names of running have won this one. Kilian Jornet is the obvious 5-time winner of the Marathon de Mont-Blanc. Angermund of Norway, what a fabulous runner. It'd be interesting to see whether he comes back to the Golden Trail because he's an absolute superstar. Jonathan Ulben, British, based in Norway. He won back in 22 with a time of 3:35.20. That was a record-breaking performance from him. But this is the event that so many of the trail runners want to win. Laukli has done it, but it's not looking as though she's going to be able to defend that title.
Yeah, we're with Sophia now in 3rd place, stomping up that hill. She was a couple of minutes down at the last checkpoint. What will be going through their heads now? They'll be replaying all these scenarios before. In the final, this happened to Sophia, and she got behind and never saw them again. But Madalena Fleury, she said in her interview, she hinted at the fact that she'd got lost previously. And when she was racing in Mammoth, she was running so quickly, she actually got distracted by a podcaster dressed as a banana and went off course. And before she knew it, she was back in third place. That would have been her very first victory in the gold. But Elisine has taken the lead. He's attacked back in this open trail. So he's clearly feeling good, starting to push the pace a little bit. And this is now our final climb up to Le Flagette. They'll start to see that aid station. They'll hear the noise. They know their nutrition is coming soon. This is the last battle. And he's attacking right back again. What a back and forth we're seeing between the two leaders.
Is it going to be the first victory for Elisine since he won the grand final last year? It's looking good. It's looking almost certain that he's going to make it 4 podiums in a row for the Golden Trail Series this year, which is an incredible achievement. And it'll be interesting to see what he does between now and the end of the qualifying rounds before the grand final, which incidentally is going to be held in Switzerland this year. Ascona Locarno, I don't know if you know that area, but it's absolutely stunning between Lake Maggiore and Basadino Mountain.
Yeah, I mean, it's a beautiful area, and it has some brutally technical and steep terrains as well. We've had some updates from the field, from the camera runners. It seems that Maud is really suffering at the moment. She has tears in her eyes as she's trying to push on. Bart is potentially out at Col de Montes, we've been told. He was waiting on the bridge. Bart is potentially DNFing from what we've heard. And Remy and El Hussein, the climbing they're doing is 1,800 meters per hour is their climbing speed at the moment. That is ferocious for this late in a marathon. In fact, I think that was what the camera runner was trying to show, his watch on our screen earlier. 1,800 meters per hour. And Roberto De Lorenzi, our European trail running champion, now in the hunt for our leaders. I mean, this should be a fantastic performance.
Fantastic. Yeah, the Italian absolutely flying at the moment. I'm just wondering whether he has visual contact with the two in front. That's not always a good sign when you look over behind you just to check what's going on behind. But of the leading three, I think De Lorenzi looks the lightest on his feet at the moment.
He does. He is a very, very good climber. He came from VK. Actually, he came from table tennis, but came from VK. But he's never performed at this level on the Golden Trail before. He had a second place in the Dolomites run behind El Hussein, but he'll be feeling really good now. He's attacked early in previous races and has been the favoured runner from this Brooks team to do well here. But actually, it's been Daniel Pattis who's performed better so far this season. And confusingly, it does say the Italian flag, but he's Swiss Italian. He is a Swiss runner, although you wouldn't know that to hear his accent. But he has good pizza. That's how we know. But he will have seen. He will have had updates from the camera runners for sure how far ahead El Hussein and Remy are, but it wouldn't surprise me if they're pulling away even more on this uphill. The fact they're together means they'll be battling and not feeling that pain quite as much, but a tremendous performance from Roberto so far. Yeah,
as you mentioned, he was an excellent vertical kilometre runner, a VK runner, many titles in his day. And the VK has already taken place here in Chamonix, one of the 8 events that takes place over the week. This, I think, really is the big one, the 90-kilometre, which took place a couple of days ago. Double victory for the Russians on that occasion.
Yeah, absolutely. It used to be he'd raced more than once, actually. So Davide Magnini was the last runner, I believe, to do the VK and the Mont-Blanc marathon in the same weekend. But now all these race distances are massively divulging, and so we saw in second behind our two I think they've changed from being Russian. They're now officially unhit. Listen to that noise. Even in the wet, the crowds have come out. And I believe they had to change country to be able to race. Not again. What is up with Remy's transitions today? This is Vincent, the team manager. He's dropping everything, and there goes the camera running. You can see it's hard to keep concentration with the noise and the tiredness and the rocks beneath your feet.
Both men trying to take on fuel, and they go over the top at Flégère with just about 8 kilometers to go. Another little stop there from Elocene, and that's lost him 20 meters or so. Now this is the crunch point. Who is going to be the quickest on the descent? To be honest, they've got a little bit of undulating before the main descent starts. Here is Remy Bonnet, and then of course down into the town of Chamonix, where the victory will be decided. 34 K's gone. They've got what is it, 9 to go?
Yeah, and you can see how he's having to shuffle his legs down some of those descents. It's very up and down, and if your legs are tired, that shuffle down would have been hurting. But from what we've seen earlier in this race, it seems that it has been Remy who's been flowing better on this type of terrain. And given what's happened so far, you suspect that Remy will be attacking now, thinking this is the opportunity. It's this next 5K where I need to make my mark and try and drop El Hussein. That could have been a tactical error. You mentioned that El Hussein had to drop back slightly for his nutrition, but actually breaking the cord at this stage when Remy is launching his attack is exactly the wrong time to have done that. He needs to stick with him as much as he can, because if he breaks that cord, I suspect Remy may just pull away.
It remains to be seen. We've thought that Elocene is out of it a number of times already today. He's playing the comeback kid here. The Flying Camel is having an extraordinary race, and this would be a massive, massive victory for him. The winner of the grand final last year up against the winner of the Mont-Blanc marathon from last year as well. And Remy Bonnet is the man out in front at the moment, looking to defend that title. They're now some way ahead of the leading women, but I can tell you that Florea is still leading for Romania in the women's battle. Judith Feder is not out of it, but she's still some 45 seconds behind. We'll get updates on the splits as soon as we can, just to let you know what the standings are going through Flégère.
Yeah, the men seem to be about 2 minutes under the course record, which actually that reflects the slightly shorter course this year. So it seems as if they're having a similar intensity. But as our screens confirmed, Roberto De Lorenzi has just come through La Flégère. He is now in third place, only 2 minutes down. He was looking very good coming across the top. 2 minutes. It's achievable. It's achievable. He's not out of it yet. And I believe this is Kevin Kibet in fourth place, which will be his best results with in the Golden Trail this year. He has come third in Sierra Zanao last year. He backs himself to be a very fast downhill runner. That's what he told me in advance. He didn't show that in Zagama, I think because it was too technical and he was too tired, but he's showing here, I mean, he's looking fast at this point. He's only 2 minutes down himself. So potentially he could start to claw in Roberto, and who knows if Remy and Elocene take their foot off the gas a little bit, it could be Kevin they start to see in their rear mirror.
Yeah, beautiful action from Kibet. deceptively fast, I think I would say. Just smooth as you like as he flows down the mountainside, looking to try and close the gap. He lost a place to De Lorenzi on the way up the hill. He may be closing in on the Swiss athlete fairly shortly. Now, Elassine, the only man in shot. Does that mean that Remy Bonnet has got away? There was a slight gap that opened up in the transition area at the top of the climb, and due to the mist, there is no sign of Remy Bonnet. This is a significant move.
And that mist is very helpful if you're Remy Bonnet right now. Maybe he's just out of sight, but we can't tell. This is a huge move. And I don't know if Elassine has the mental fortitude to attack back, but this is where the chasing pack may help him. We know that Elassine likes to follow. So potentially if someone like Kevin Kibet can catch up with Elassine, he'll attach himself to them and maybe try and track down Remy as a chasing pack. But that is a significant move from Remy. I wonder at what point in the race he decided that would be when to attack. He tried a few times on the hill, on the climb. He couldn't shake him off. And so maybe he decided to try and reserve his energies, refuel at the top, and then use that opportunity of the slightly more technical flowing terrain to get away.
Fleury in the right-hand side of your screen. Yeah, just to give you an update on the splits going through Flégère, we saw Bonnet and Elassine locked together, 2:55.25. De Lorenzi was 2:57.01, so still a minute and a half behind. He has closed. Kevin Kibet at 2:57.55, so Kibet still has 2 minutes 30 to close down on the race leader. That's going to be a tough ask. It's got to be a super descent from him if he's going to be in contention when they approach Chamonix. But we have 4 runners in the men's. In the women's, Fleury has been out on her own for a while. Is there any sign of Judith Feeder behind her? Not yet.
And look how steep that is, that climbing. She's really suffering up here, but those switchbacks will give her an opportunity to look around. You can see Sophie on our screen here. She's a Salomon social media manager. She will be giving her splits, telling her exactly where they are. So she'll know what the gap is, and that will allow her to pace accordingly to the finish line. We're going to be hearing from one of our camera runners shortly to tell us about their experience of running on this race and what training they have to do. But this is an incredible performance from Madalena to be leading at this stage of the race. Previously, she'd have fallen apart by now, but she looks like she's in control. Can they catch her?
Le plus gros défi pour nous, c'est de tenir le rythme et à la fois effectivement de proposer des belles images, donc de cadrer. Puis une fois qu'on est pris dans la descente avec le coureur, en fait tout se met en place assez naturellement. C'est une habitude à prendre, il faut un petit peu décrocher le cerveau, c'est pas évident.
Talking about how difficult it is to follow the leaders. He's a brilliant orienteer, so he's a brilliant technical runner, but the key not only to see what's on your screen, you've also got to keep your eye on the ground. We've already seen 1 or 2 of the camera runners taking a stumble so far today.
Yeah, his girlfriend's actually the world champion trail running champ, Clementine, who we're hoping to see here today, but sadly had a bit of a niggle. But we saw him filming in the Golden Trail finals 2 years ago, where he was doing the sprint section against all of the athletes, having to film every single runner do a 600-meter sprint, and he kept up with all of them again and again and again. Fantastic athlete, really talented runner and a talented cameraman as well.
Sur les Golden Trail, c'est vraiment impressionnant. Donc dès qu'on voit les cours arriver, on a une petite boule au ventre de se dire on sait qu'on va se faire mal, ça va être très dur à tenir. Donc on s'échauffe, on fait des accélérations et puis dès que c'est parti, après c'est comme en course, la pression elle redescend et puis après on a juste à essayer de suivre le plus longtemps possible.
And he's just saying there that the more attacks there are, the more kind of twists and turns, the more you feel like you're actually part of the race. But this is our third place runner, we think. Sophia Lockley coming up. That's Vincent, the Salomon team runner, giving her, you can see he's is all information saying this is what's happening, do this, do that. She'll know exactly where Madalena is and where Judith is ahead of her. She's just coming through to La Flégère now, ready for that final attack. We haven't seen her come from behind in a race before. She's always led to victory. So this will be a new feeling for her, and she'll really need to try and change her mental attitude to try and attack back, because it will be cold. She'll feel like she's out of touch, and it's very hard when you can't see your opposition and you know they're running well.
She's 2 minutes down on the leaders. Yeah, that caption wasn't correct, saying she was first. She is down in third place. She is almost exactly 2 minutes down on Floria. She's considerably closer to Vida, 1 minute 20 behind second place. So a runners-up still very much a possibility for Sophia Lauchley of USA, as we have another look at Madalena Floria, the race leader. Now, what do you make of her descending? She started first. Her first descent looked absolutely impeccable, but the legs now in a different state, different feel, and these steps proving a little bit of an obstacle.
Yeah, I mean, this is where she's really slowing now. She doesn't know the course well. Sophia does, but Judith doesn't know it that well either. But Judith has experience, as Judith will not be slowing down as much as this. It does look like Madalena is running well when she can, but it's just whether there are a lot of little sections like that you can see that are quite technical, but it will be slippery underfoot, and if you're not used to running in your trainers in this kind of weather, it can be very hard to actually maintain your pace without losing it every time you have a slight slip. And it looks like she's not running with as much confidence as she did before. I think the door is open to Judith and potentially even to Sophia. At the moment, it seems like she's relaxed a bit more than before.
40 seconds between the two leading women at the last checkpoint. Judith Feeder, I think, will probably take that as a positive. And if she gets another split, I suspect she could be within 30 seconds of the leader. As we mentioned earlier, Lauchley still has a little bit of work to do. 2 minutes down on the race leader. But Lauchley looks to me to be flowing a little bit better than Floria, who may have pushed just a little bit too hard on that last ascent. We will find out over the next 45 minutes or so. The women starting at, 7:15 this morning in the square in Chamonix. It's been a long, long day for them already, but the climax is still to come. And how incredible that we have a three-way fight in the women's, effectively a four-way fight in the men's.
Yeah, and it's exactly what you want in a race. We know that the people chasing are the good descenders as well. It's not just that there's gaps, it's just the skill and the technique on offer are about to come into play. And this is so tiring when you have tired muscles. If you've not done a lot of pre-training, a lot of racing, it's these small changes that really drain your quads, and she'll be in burning pain right now with each step, and it's a real mental battle not to let that overwhelm you and to stay positive. But when she raced here 2 years ago, and even last season, she didn't have a sponsor. She came into the final without a single sponsor. She's now a Salomon athlete, but it's incredible the way you can turn up at a Golden Trail with talent, do well in one race, and suddenly you're a professional athlete. Anyone in our top 10 today will be offered a free place to Sierra Zanau in August. Expect to see nearly all of these runners there to battle it out once again. But she's back into flowing ways as soon as that technicality. But look how close this is. Is this the same section?
Judith Feeder there in second place. She was only 39 seconds behind at the top of the descent. And we haven't seen her, but if her first descent is anything to go by, Vida will be closing on the race leader. This race is far from done. And Floria, I think, may be a little bit concerned when she gets the splits. This is going to be a tough moment for her.
And there are lots and lots of cutbacks soon, so you'll start to see who's behind you. She's looking back. This is, as you said before, this is not a good sign. This shows she's tired, but we can't see Judith yet significantly. There is still a good gap for her to try and defend.
Welcome back. We're coming into the fight. Yeah, absolutely. There's a way to go. Just about 8 kilometers left in the Marathon de Mont-Blanc. And the leading woman, Madalena Floria, hoping that today is the day for her. Sophia Lauchley on the right-hand side of your screen, in 3rd place at the moment.
This is a reworking of our final in Italy, and she's looked back again. That's her 2nd look in a minute. That is concerning. You only look back when you're losing energy, when you're no longer confident of victory, and this is telling. It doesn't cost you much time, but it is vital seconds that add up. We saw this in the final. Sophia was in 3rd at that stage, but significantly she was head down in the final. Today she looks more positive, and Judith caught more time in the last 5k than she is behind Monica Floria now. So at the moment, I suspect Judith has the advantage, although saying that, Monica is kicked back to life.
Yeah, she's picked up the pace up to 15. Certainly very, very slow going over those the sort of the granite blocks. Maybe just taking care because there's a lot of moisture on the rocks at the moment. It's not bone dry, which would have given them extra traction. So it may just have been some caution. But you know, you just sense that the stride isn't quite as fluent as it was last time down the hill. But my goodness, whatever her state, it has been an unbelievable performance from Floria of Romania so far. And a very, very exciting time for her fans who are just willing her home into the centre of Chamonix.
Yeah, and it's her first significant race at marathon. She has run a marathon before, a road marathon many years ago. But since she's been an athlete at this level, she's never run this far. So that's a tremendous performance. She's collapsed in previous races. Sierra Zanau, she was leading, lost the lead to Sophia Lauchley after the 20k mark. She was leading in Mammoth Lakes and got lost on the trail. Judith overtaking her there. And now we are behind Frederick Chanchard, who will be sat in 5th or 6th place, I believe. Another Argentiere from France, but based in Finland. He will be loving this wet and slightly technical terrain. It's what... And the fact that we're getting footage from different sections of the race just shows how hard it is for our camera runners to keep up with the front of the field.
Tranchant at about he's about 4 minutes down off the leaders. As you said, David, he's down in 6th place.
And the mists are starting to come in. So we do have some additional interviews if need be. And our 2nd place runner now closing in on Madalena. Wow, she can see her. She has closed that gap in the space of 2 minutes. We couldn't see Judith Wieder at all when we looked back only 2 minutes ago, and here they are together, and look at that difference in speed now. Judith making sure the overtake is prominent. She doesn't want her to stick on her shoulder. She needs to shake her off early so that she can take advantage of these technical sections. The fact that Madalena has sprung back into life shows the battle is not over, but wow, less than 5k from the finish, and the women are neck and neck. What a race.
Well, that's a good positive move from Florea. So easy to give up when someone comes past you that fast. But every time it gets technical, David, you see the gap open a little bit. And Judith Vida, beautifully smooth. Florea went to school on Vida on the first descent, but I'm not sure she's got the strength in the legs to do it again.
Yeah, I mean, Judith is so experienced at this kind of terrain. She's based in Switzerland. She's been orienteering since she was a child. She loves the wet. She knows mud. She knows how to manage her nutrition through this as well. She will be feeling supremely confident. There are a lot of switchbacks like this, and this is where having the concentration and the experience of Judith, every corner will be a slight advantage to her, and you can see she's slightly pulling away. It shouldn't matter for the first few hundred meters because Madalena Florea will be putting all her energy to try and stay in touch, but eventually that rubber band will break, and I suspect quite soon we'll see her pull away. Incredible from Judith Wheeler. She's paced this race so well. She never got her head down early, and now she must be feeling supremely confident.
Yeah, very significant 3 minutes or so in the Mont-Blanc marathon. Is Judith Vida going to take the victory here for Switzerland? She's looking so strong, and the downhill pretty much leads into the middle of Chamonix, so there's not that much flat to give the road runner Florea a chance to come back at her in the closing stages. But you never know, you've got to stay on your feet, and we've seen many a fall in the latter stages of this race in the past. So Vida's focus needs to stay high, and that is where an orienteer is so good. You mentioned her vision that was affected with the stroke she had. What was that, back in 2015? Is that a factor at this stage, or do you think she's adapted well enough?
I don't think so. The terrain and the steepness isn't technical enough. I think she should be fine with this. And it's more the speed when she has to go down very steep and technical descents. But she's looking absolutely sublime. I'm sure she'd have gained extra energy with that overtake. And she is back into a territory she knows extremely well, even if she doesn't know the course. And this is really significant for not just this race, but for the whole series. When she won in 2019 against Maud Mathis, also on this course, she got victory because, if we're honest, Maud got lost in the final, and it was in the final that Judith won. She only beat Maud on the Dolomites race when Judith cut the corners on the descent. Maud hadn't, and that was her only significant victory over Maud. So to come here today and to be leading Sophia and Maud and Madalena, the four best runners we've had in one race before in one Golden Trail, incredible. This is a real statement of she is back to the Judith we saw back in 2019, and that is a worry for everyone.
Yeah, and now she's out of sight. She is out of sight of Florea, who may now have to turn her attention to defending second place. Last time we saw Sophia Lauckley, she was coming down the hill pretty well, but had a minute and a half or so to close down on the Romanian athlete. But Vida is away, looking fantastic. The winner of the Golden Trail World Series back in 2019. She was second in last year's series. There's a slip from Vida, but she recovers quickly. The panic over.
Yeah, and her family are here to support her on as well. She'd have got the split at the top from Gabriel, her husband, and her kids. And so what a performance to be able to do in front of your family. And let's not forget, this is a debut for both of these runners at Mont-Blanc. A just incredible performance from both of them, especially someone like Judith, she's run for so many years to have never come to Chamonix before. She's going to love this town. This will be a memory for her to remember. But you can see on those turns the difference. Madalena really slowing down and not having the confidence to be able to run through the corners. She's losing all of her pace on every turn. Whereas Judith, the experience, managing to jump turn to actually maintain her speed. So every single switchback, she's gaining a yard or two, which is why she's pulled away so quickly.
The gap now over 100 metres as Judith Vida pulls down. She's had some great races in the past. Actually, British fans may have seen her at the Ring of Steel event based up in Kinlochleven, just south of Fort William. She put in an absolutely storming performance on that occasion. The descents aren't anywhere near as long as this, but they're every bit as steep and every bit as technical. So we've seen her do it before, and she's now in prime spot. Has to be the hot favourite to take this one, but there've been a few twists and turns in today's race, and that is just what the fans want to see. I'm hoping they're going to get an incredible reception when they come into the town of Chamonix.
Yeah, absolutely, and we're waiting for splits on our men's field as well, because I actually forgot they were racing. I've been so excited about this run, but there is a race ahead of them somewhere. But at the moment, wow, this is, for me, Judith is the best technical descender of the men's or the women's on display here. Super gifted, and she's refinding her form. We've seen at races like the Dolomites just how devastating she can be on a downhill, and she looks fast here, but you have to remember this is the end of a marathon and she's still running this fast. Her legs will be absolutely burning with lactic acid, her muscles torn apart by the pounding of that first descent to Valocine, and yet she's still managing to flow so majestically on this course. It's incredible to watch.
Yeah, it's a very, very good promotion for orienteering as a means of cross-training. And she, of course, with an incredible orienteering record, gold at the World Championships and the European Championships. He's done the same in ski orienteering, actually, which is a slightly different event. It's more about choosing the right tracks to ski on rather than picking your route per se. And there you see the gaps between them. Vida ahead of Florea. Lauchley not really managing to close the gap on the Romanian. So the 1, 2, 3 stays the same for now as they descend down towards Chamonix and the end of this epic marathon taking place. Now the men are ahead and we're still waiting for an update on them. Elazoui and Bonnet having an incredible battle up front. De Lorenzi and Kibet trying to close the gap on the leaders.
And in fact, we've had a split at SALOMON, and it looks as if Elacine maybe have pulled away 15 seconds on Remy Bonnet. Roberto De Lorenzi now closing 2 minutes behind Kevin Kibet, a minute behind them. So it seems potentially that El Hussein has re-seized the lead from Remy. Wow, what a back and forth that race has been as well. 25 seconds between the front of the men's at the last checkpoint. So it's going to be a battle there as well, all the way through to the finish line.
But a word of caution, David, because that was some minutes ago, and the way things have been changing, you never quite know in this race. Well, here is Elacine, and there's no sign of Remy Bonnet ahead of him. He's on a mission today. He's been third, he's been second, he's been first, he's tried it all, and at the moment he pushes, a little glance over the left shoulder. That would indicate to me that Bonnet is behind him and not in front of him, and this is an absolute all-out descent down towards Chamonix as Elacine tries to get his first victory here in the Chamonix, the Mont-Blanc Marathon.
How many times has he bounced back today? He's looked quite a few times like his physicality is he's suffering massively, and yet he's responded. And here's Remy now in second place. We can see no one in sight ahead of him. Wow, what a performance from Elisine.
But what a contrast in styles. Elisine is still attacking. Remy Bonnet is surviving. It's a cautious descent from the Swiss athlete. He's given it everything today. A couple of stops with mistakes at the food stations. Has that made all the difference? I don't think so. I think it's really the psychological blow that the Moroccan has played by coming back every time Bonnet has got ahead. The Moroccan has come back at him. And you can only take that sort of punishment so many times.
And it does make you wonder, is this the performance that we could have been seeing from El Hassin El Azoui year after year if he'd have got his nutrition right earlier? Because he's clearly got it right today. But he is already leading our series, and now he is reconfirming why he is our series. And in third place, Roberto De Lorenzi. He's podium before last year at the Dolomites run, but this is a more significant podium for him. He came in as winner of the European off-road champs a few weeks ago, but he's never been able to pull it together in a long-distance race at the Golden Trail. So third place now is a fantastic race by him. He'll be hoping that Kevin Kebet, currently in fourth, won't be catching. He's got about a minute lead. So it looks comfortable, but that race is not quite over yet. And you can see he's closing on Remy Bonnet. So potentially second place is up for grabs still. Oh,
here's the race leader, and he's off the mountain. He is back on tarmac for the rest of the race, and the Moroccan looks to be heading for the same position that he achieved in the grand final last year. Incredible pace that he's going at. Now all he's got to do is make sure he goes exactly the right way. Everyone there to guide him, the little flags, an indication of the route to the finish. And my goodness, what a gutsy performance. And it will be a popular win should he hold on to the finish line.
And let's not forget that he ran Zagama a month ago. He'll have that tiredness in his legs. And this is the result that is exciting for our series, because we know that he was in a great position to beat Patrick Kipageno before he fell in Kobe. He's now returned to show quite how fast he is. So he'll be going in with one victory against Patrick's two. What a Sierra now this is going to be, where they both know they need to win. And it's the race beyond all races that Remy Bonnet wants to win. This next race is going to absolutely make or break our season. And believe me, Elisine is making and breaking them, more than breaking them right now.
Yeah, and a huge gap between the two leaders now. It was decisive. Elisine can look behind him as long as he likes. He will not see any sign of Remy Bonnet, who is well over a minute behind, just onto the grass as Elisine gets back onto the tarmac, winding his way through the streets of Chamonix. Now maybe the fatigue is starting to hit him, but my goodness, what a descent from Flégère all the way to Chamonix. He has given it 100%.
And what a performance from El Hassin. He sat back right at the beginning. In the start of the race, he wasn't attacking any of the climbs. He was barely in that front group, just sat behind, observing, making everyone else to do all the work. But significantly, he did attack Remy several times on the climb. And that may have upset Remy's rhythm, but also just let him know, I'm feeling strong. Remember the final? Remember what happened there? And he forced Remy to have to attack across the top, across La Flégère. And maybe that was the significance, getting in Remy's head early, showing him he can't out-climbing and making him change his game plan. But we've seen it before. El Hassin, the flying camel, sits back and when he needs to, turns on the afterburners.
That extra 5 or 6 seconds that he took grabbing some extra nutrition at the top of the hill at Flégère, it looked as though it might mean that Bonnet gets away, but none of it. He has come back and he leads through the clouds in Chamonix. The victory is pretty much won. There's so little that can go wrong from here, and he is on a high. What a victory this will be. A man who so many times finishes in second and third. This season alone, he's had a third, a second, but today it's going to be number one spot for El Hassine. The Moroccan has come good at the biggest race of the year so far.
And could this be the beginning of the end for everyone else this season? Now that he's grabbed victory here today, he's got some fantastic races coming up in America where he'd be absolutely suited to that, but for the very first time in his life, he's running into a victory at Mont-Blanc Marathon, the most significant win of his life, and the beginning of what could be the most significant series and the most significant year in his running history. Our winner today, the Flying Camel, El Hassine El Azoui, takes the Mont-Blanc Marathon.
Lazoui winding his way up, zigzagging his way up that finish straight. That will add a little bit of time. It is an incredible time, 3:30.23. Remy Bonnet last year, 3:35.04. That beat the record. Yes, the course was shortened a little bit this year, but not by that much. It's been an unbelievable performance, and it was always going to be a popular victory. Here comes Remy Bonnet. He's found a little bit of life in the closing stages, but it's too little, it's too late. He'll have to settle for runners-up position, but what a spectacular sprint into the finish line for Bonnet.
And look at that energy coming through the line. What a champion. He wasn't running for anything other than the crowds and the pure joy of pushing his time, stopping his watch immediately. And look at that, it's a smile, it's a smile. Many people, he came in here thinking he'd win it as the defending champion of the series and Mont-Blanc, but this is why we love trail running, the positivity and mainly the respect. He knows how hard El Hassine ran today.
There you see the contrast in size between the two men. El Azoui is all heart. It's been a fantastic battle and nothing but respect between the two athletes. There's no disappointment on the face of Bonnet. He just knows he was beaten by a better man. Here comes De Lorenzi. He's had a great finish. He's going on to the podium for Switzerland.
And
yeah,
this,
outstanding
to me,
performance.
Is his best. Yeah, he's never turned it on at the Golden Trail other than the Dolomites run, and to be under course record himself, so close to El Hassine and Remy Bonnet. A tremendous performance from him. We've wondered when he will be maturing on Golden Trail, and this is a great sign to do it at a marathon distance at Mont-Blanc. This is clearly the beginning of what will be a great future for him.
Yeah, the majority of club runners would be delighted with a 3 hours 30 marathon. You have to remember that these men have ascended and descended over 2,500 meters over the course of the marathon distance, and to boot it's about 43k, it's not 42. It's incredible that they can move, let alone run at the pace that they're running into the finish. And De Lorenzi, 26 years old, from table tennis to trail running, what a transition, what a brilliant decision from him. We're going to see more of him in the future.
Our third place runner, Mont-Blanc, is Roberto De Lorenzi. He doesn't even look tired. He'll be delighted with that performance. What a 1, 2, 3 for the years. All of them well within race time. It just shows you, even last year, 2 years ago when John Albon smashed a time of 3:35, we thought it was taking the series to a new level. Remy then beat that time despite 2 kilometers extra. And what a series this has been so far. And race after race, they're just dismantling our expectations.
Well, how
So who will be
about
coming-
that? We've seen some incredible races over the week, but I can't remember a trail race where we've seen the top three running so fast and so close all the way to the line. It has been an absolute example of how a race should work, and the town of Chamonix treated to a real spectacle today. And as we've said many times, Elisine Alazawi, a very, very popular winner. It's going to be some party for them tonight.
And this is why the Golden Trail was created. You just don't get the battles like you do in races at Mont-Blanc, like you don't get that in ultra running. There's not the back and forth, there's not the speed and the technicality on display, and be able to see athletes like Judith Wieder, like Sophia Lockley, and how they tear apart the downhills is a real joy, and that's what the Golden Trail brings you. But coming in fourth place from Kenya, it's Kevin Kibet. A fantastic performance from him. He fell apart in Zagama, and he's really shown that he can lick his wounds and come back with an all-round great performance for him and for Team On.
Yeah, it was the mistake in Zagama, just went a little bit too hard trying to stay with Kylian Jornet on the first climb. Jornet looked as though he was after the record on that occasion, but Kevin Kibet stayed strong today, as he said, and a fourth place is absolutely nothing to be ashamed about. He'll be delighted with that. The women's race yet to finish. Judith Vida, our race leader, we're assuming she is still going to have a healthy lead coming off the hill. Fleurir was in second place. Lauckley in your picture at the moment in third. And Lauckley, well, not looking brilliant, but not looking any more tired. Not looking any more tired than she did on the first descent. What was that, 2 hours ago?
She's looking like a rag doll who's had 3 cans of Red Bull, just forcing her body through that course. Her arms are flailing, but clearly the desire and that absolute determination is forcing her legs over this course. We know that she was closing in on Madeleine Fleurir. We've not had any split timings since, but we suspect that Judith Wieder will still be leading, and this looks like Madeleine Fleurir now, and this is the stage where Madeleine can use her 1:11 marathon pace. She's supremely fast as a 15-minute 5K. She'll now just be hoping that the finish line comes soon, aware that Sophia is trying to track her down. But it does say first woman. We're just trying to confirm that this is indeed true.
Well, there's no doubt that Madeleine Fleurir has picked the pace up since we saw her at the top of the climb. She was really struggling on the boulder section coming off the top of Flégère, but she's running well now. It's maybe a different feeling when she hits the tarmac at the bottom of the descent. Judith Vida is down. Here is your leading woman. Judith Vida of Switzerland is going to take this one. She's still moving very, very well. And tactically, the race has been perfect for Vida.
She sat, in fact, at the beginning, she pushed the pace when she wasn't the favoured athlete to do that. But she saw everyone sat around and took to the lead. She then was happy to stay with the group on the up, attack on the down. But it looked as at one point she was off the pace. But as we saw in the final last year, she's so good at managing her race. And she waited and waited to that moment at Flégère where she could attack on the down and showed her technical expertise to put distance with every turn, every rock over Madeleine Fleurir. An absolutely all-round performance by Vida today.
3:38 on the clock at the moment. We had a 4:12.39 from Sophia Lauckley. There you go, there's the women's clock, 4:08.12. So she's got 4 minutes and 10 to 11 seconds to get inside the time that Lauckley produced last year, which was a record-beating time. And we could have another double record-breaking day here in Chamonix. And Judith Vida, the noise, the support from the crowd will make all the difference over the closing meters. She has not got far to go.
And it just shows how fast that second half of the race has been. They were well behind the race time, the record time, the first third, the first half, but the aggression on this downhill that they've needed to deploy to try and beat each other, they've just clawed their way back into contention for this overall time. But she will not be caring about the course record today. It's all been about a battle and all about getting a victory today, and she is back. She last won a race of this significance back in the final in 2019. Other than the Dolomites, and that's Gabriel, her husband there, cheering her on through to our finish. But this is an incredible performance from her, and just shows what you can do when you bring together stamina with good race technique and skill.
Floria, just what's the margin? It's significant. It's not going to change at this stage. The runner that you can see, 150 metres in front, is actually one of the men coming in towards the finish. So Floria is too far behind to mount a challenge now. And as she looks over her shoulder, she knows it's all about defending that second place. No sign of Sophia Lauchley at the moment. But Judith Wieder, the 35-year-old Swiss woman, is into the final stages now, and the crowd waiting to welcome her into the finish.
And I've got to say, if you don't think you can achieve something, Judith Wieder is one of the most inspirational people on earth. She's a mother of two. She had a stroke. She lost huge capability in the left-hand side of her body. She came back and suffered a long-term injury in her hip, and she still never gave up. I didn't think we'd be seeing her race another Golden Trail at one point, but she's come here today and shown not only can she race, but she can be back to the form she had when she won this series in 2019. An absolutely incredible performance by Judith.
And the smile on her face says it all. That pain, that effort, that determination was all worthwhile. Judith Vida of Switzerland taking the win in the women's Mont-Blanc marathon in 2024 and absolutely destroying the time produced by Sophia Lauchley last year. Unbelievable effort from her.
Yeah, what a performance, what a race this has been. It was unpredictable from the start, even to the last 5k. We didn't know who was going to win, and Judith just never gave up, hung in there, knowing she had that downhill speed and that downhill skill. And if you haven't tried trail running, get out there and try these downhills. It is super fun to do, and you've seen the best on offer today. There's no one else in the world who can run a downhill like Judith Vida.
Yeah, you're not always going to get this sort of reception when you finish your run, and that is a huge part of it. The crowd have played a massive, massive part today.
And Francesco Pupi coming through, the Italian runner. A great performance by him. I think he'll be happy enough with that top 10 finish. He's an incredibly good marathon runner. He's had second in the World Champs before. But I mean, what a day to turn up to run and have to try and compete with El Hassin, Remy, and even Roberto De Lorenzi. Just the depth of talent we're seeing now in Golden Trail is quite remarkable. But congratulations to the Nike runner. Many friends in that finish line already. And the question now is, who is coming in behind them? Where is Sophia? Does she have a chance in tracking back Madalena? In fact, no, she doesn't. She's still in the woods. Firmly in third, we believe.
Yeah, and Sophia Lauchley was 3 minutes ahead of Yam Yao last time we saw, and now we see the runner-up in the women's event coming into the finish, Madalena Floria. She has done her share of the leading today. Still delighted with second place. Such nice pictures. Really, really emotional times here in Chamonix. The work is done.
And you can you can just sense the relief. She really was nervous about the marathon distance. She has been ill before the race. She's really struggled to take on nutrition, and there must have been doubt after doubt flowing through her mind as she was running this. She had the lead, she lost it, she got it back, but still second place in this field is an incredible performance. And as the first race of the season, oh, what a season she's going to have. And we're now seeing our fourth place runner, Miao Yao from China, and she looks like she is potentially third. Potentially third. We did see Sophia Lockley in the woods. Has Miao Yao overtaken Sophia Lockley?
Well, we will see. The gap at the last split we had was 2.5 minutes. 2.5 minutes. So it's certainly possible. And Sophia certainly didn't seem to be descending as quickly as we were expecting. And that, of course, could be the fact that she missed the first 3 rounds of the Golden Trail Series this year due to injury, and the downhill could have done some damage to the American athlete. As it is, the Chinese still has some way to go. We won't confirm the positions. We expect, here is Laukley. She's still in third, and she is working hard to try and defend that position. The podium finish, having won this race last year. I don't think she'll be disappointed, and we heard her interview prior to the start of the race. There was a little bit of negativity in there. She called it realism, and I think she was absolutely right. She hasn't done the training. She's not in as good a shape as she was last year, but she still made the podium in the Mont-Blanc marathon, and that takes some doing.
Yeah, and absolutely, she didn't give up. She battled all the way through, and this is one of the challenges with the series. It's not just one race. You have to perform again and again, and it's not just about performing on the day. It's the tactics as well of choosing which races to perform in, and so she now knows what she has to do. She'll have to go back and look at the rest of the season and try and figure out which of the races she can actually attack them. But I think Miao Yao might be ahead. Yeah, I think Miao Yao is ahead. She's coming into the town. I think she has overtaken Sophia Lockley, which is a real surprise to see. We know that she was feeling very confident coming into this race. She'd had a good training block based off a 2:29 marathon, but this will be another step up if she's managed to overtake Sophia, who absolutely destroyed her last year. We're just waiting for absolute confirmation, but I believe Miao Yao is now ahead for her only second ever podium in the Golden Trail.
Yeah, and by the way she's running and the way she is celebrating, it would certainly suggest that third place is hers. Down the steps, just a couple of little careful ones, and now she starts to arrive with the crowd left and right. The noise levels go up, and that is an astonishing descent from Flégère for Miao Yao, who was 2.5 minutes behind the American. Incredible.
Absolutely. And we thought that Miao might be the runner most likely to lead out this race. We saw last year she went off way too fast. She typically goes out too fast in nearly every race she's ever run, and yet today she clearly made up her mind. This would be the day she's going to change, and she sat back. She was always behind that pack of 3 or 4 runners, content to let them do the work. And it's clearly worked in her favour today, because she's running so strong through to the finish. And if you think about her performance last year, this year she's a new athlete, and what a hard-won bronze medal it is today.
Second in the Trail Series last year, and the Chinese athlete coming in towards the finish now. She is the youngest of 6 sisters. They will be celebrating big time as she comes into the last 100 meters or so. And once again, a smile a mile wide as she approaches the finish. Why not? Great pictures, great scenes, unbelievable atmosphere. Chamonix has produced.
we've known of the revolution in Chinese trail running that has happened. We've seen some incredible performances of the longer distances, but it hasn't translated through to these shorter races. But now, what a performance from Yaobian. The fact she's only just started doing weight training, it's clearly paying dividends. So who knows what this means for her future as she incorporates that more. And, congratulations to Sophia. That would have been a hard downhill. What a tough way to finish a race, knowing you've not just lost the first place, but you're off the podium on that downhill. And I'm sure she's got a lot of different emotions running through her right now.
Disappointment on her face, certainly, and she had to fight when she came through Vallocine. Lauchley settling for fourth. A brilliant win from Judith Vida, and in the men's, it's all about Elisine Alazawi.
And you can see just how close this trail running community is. They're all friends. They all know each other well. They all console each other. They all celebrate each other's victories. And, Judith knows just how much it will be hurting now. And to come here, it's her grand's come out to see her for the first time. Her boyfriend's in town. It's not what she would have been wanting, but she's a great champion, and there's still 4 more races in the season, 4 more point scoring opportunities. So this certainly is not the end of her season. She'll lick her wounds and come back and plot her strategy of how to get back in this series.
Yeah, this year's winner, Judith Vida, the first to commiserate with last year's winner, Sophia Lauchley. And once again, a demonstration of how sport should be conducted. Well, hopefully we're going to get a word with the winner of the women's race. Here she is, Judith Vida of Switzerland.
Marathon champion, first participation. We did talk a lot about this race. This is your comeback into the Golden Trail World Series after a massive fight with someone called Madalena Florea at the final last year of the Golden Trail World Series. We knew you were back with an intention very clear. And can you tell us what it means to you and to everyone that you took the win today?
Thanks a lot. I mean, this is just amazing. There is so much work behind this win, so much work from lots of people, lots of help with all my family, and quite many rough times as well. But then coming here, having all these people at the place as well, knowing they're in my background, watching TV, it just does mean a lot, and I'm so happy and proud.
And so we knew on this race, considering the large amount of people that were there, the deep field in the women's, we knew that it was going to go down to the race tactics and how to play it. And we knew that with your experience, you would know how to play it well. Did the race unfold the way you wanted, or did you have to deal with some difficulties?
I'm really proud how I manage my race. I was feeling very well the first part where it was flatter. I feel better when it's flatter than steep uphill. I mean, the first really steep uphill from the first, like, this was really hard for me. But I knew the race will be long. Be patient, and I actually had this in my mind that I have beaten all these girls in the downhill. So I knew if we are on the top together in La Flèchère, I do have a chance. I just have to believe in me. And I mean, I'm really happy I made it 42K. I haven't run that far for a long time, and yeah, it couldn't be better.
It couldn't be better indeed. The win today at the Mont-Blanc Marathon 2024. Congratulations, coming from Switzerland, representing Team Oka, Judith Vida.
4:11:12. 4:11:12, David, the winning time. Remember, 4:12:39 was Lauchley's time last year. So she has a lot to smile about. But it's really the history, isn't it? The health issues that she's had. Here's the men's winner. And what a day it has been for Morocco and Elisine.
In fact, I believe we're going to get it in French and hopefully translated from Martin, who is our French commentator, who will, fingers crossed, translate into English as well. But yeah, it's tremendous to see how much some of these runners have changed and adapted and grown as athletes over the years. You know, Elisine for years and years stuck in second, and just didn't have the nutritional background, or the belief even to attack or to know how to manage a race. And he's really showing now that he's a completely different athlete to the one we saw 2 years ago.
Well, there's
We're
still
still
plenty
seeing
of
our
runners
finish.
out there.
Yeah, there's several thousand runners out on the course today who'll be coming back throughout the rest of the day, and we're hoping to be able to round off our top 10 as well for you to let you know where all of the other favourite runners are. But here's some highlights. In fact, no, this is Anastina Erkila from Finland. An absolutely incredible performance from her. I spoke to her yesterday, and she was thinking a top 10 would be a struggle because of the depth of the field today. The fact she was up with our leaders on the climb shows supreme confidence. She's known to be more of an ultra runner, but like Judith, has a family commitments at home and struggles to find the time to train as hard as she can. But this is her best ever performance at Golden Trail against the strongest field that Golden Trail's ever had. So could this be a turning point for her as well in her belief and her performance? In fact, she must be, yes, 5th place. And here we have representing Spain coming through now is Marta Martinez. Another solid performance for her. She's top 10 3 times this season. So fantastic result for her.
Rosa Lara Feliu of Spain finishing as well. As we go back to Erkila of Finland, it's going to be a top 10 finish for the Finn. We'll try and get you the top 10 standings from the men's race just as soon as we can, and the women's will follow shortly. I must say the half-hour interval between the women and the men's start at the beginning creates a brilliant atmosphere in the town, and I think all athletes appreciating that. And there's Maud Mathis, who played a large part on the first half of the race. Just trying to think where she fell off the pace. Was it the first ascent?
Yeah, she was still within reach, I think, on the first ascent, but we were suspecting she might be able to pick it up on that last climb. But the fact that's Caitlin Fielder also in, so Maud really did drop back a few meters. But here we go. Here are our highlights. And our top 10 men confirmed.
3:30.10, the winning time. Yeah, definitely. Remy Bonner in the end. My goodness, what a battle he put up. And he led for so much of the climbing. But Elisine Alazoui was always there. He was just always on his shoulder. And in the end, it was the Moroccan who came through. Robert De Lorenzi in 3rd. Brilliant. He was delighted with that. Kibet and Rutu in 4 and 5. So the Kenyans, I think, will be happy with the way things have gone today. But it's going to be Morocco who have their flags flying after the victory of Elisine today. Absolutely sensational run from him. And in the women's, Judith Vida of Switzerland comes home to take the victory in a new record time, 4:11.12, finishing ahead of Madalena Florea, who was out front at the start of the last descent, but just didn't have the leg strength to hold on. And Yao Yao of China taking 3rd.
And you can see the emotion, the joy, the relief to be finishing this. Madalena Florea there. What a performance from her. And it really does build to an incredible Sierra Zanau. The slightly shorter distance in August of 30k will be perfect for someone of her speed. And so it's been said before that they think the course record will probably go this year for someone to win. And we think Patrick Kibagina will be returning, potentially Killian, Remy and Elisine. And in the women's, all of the runners on display will be running Sierra now, so it's going to be another almighty battle. And Therese Leboeuf from Switzerland coming home in just outside the top 10, or around 10th place or so. But here are our top 5 ladies. Incredible performances, and Yao Miao on the podium for the first time since last year, but against a far stronger field. A great performance from her.
Well, quite. It's beyond me how they can run 43k in these conditions and look so good, so fresh at the end of it. They look as though they could do it all over again, but their legs will not be feeling 100% at the moment. But Judith Vida, what a story, what a performance. And she has, shown us all that what can be achieved. If you have a dream, you can go places. And she's done it today. A very, very popular winner indeed. Well, it all started at 6:45 this morning for the women, and Judith Vida, as she said, she likes the flatter sections. She really did the bulk of the leading to La Tour, where the first of the big climbs starts.
Yeah, absolutely. She was happy to sit at the front and push the pace. But once the climbing began, that's where the real race came together. And you can see our group at the front, 5 favoured runners, all trading places back and forth, trying not to show their strengths or weaknesses. But even then, we could see Maud Mathis was a very different approach to everyone else. And she started to fall off the back of the pack on that descent as they came through the aid station. At this stage in the race, Madeleine Ferrier was looking the stronger, and they kept on trading positions with each slightly changing terrain. Yao Miao happy to let them battle ahead, always within sight though of our group leaders. As they climbed the big climb to Col de Posset, over 1,000 meters of climbing, that's where Judith Vida decided to take control and show her orienteering skills, dropping Maud Mathis and creating gaps between the other runners. And this, to me, is where in the race the damage started to happen for Sophia Lockley's legs, and potentially even to Madeleine Ferrier as they came through the aid station of Vallorcine. 23k into our race.
It was a very rapid descent, and Lockley and Ferrier had to raise their game to stay with Vida, and as you say, that could have been the decisive moment. But then interesting that Vida didn't panic on the way up the hill when Ferrier attacked and pulled a long way clear. She was over 45 seconds off the pace of the race leader, but there was never any panic. I think confident in her downhill ability and knowing that the long descent into Chamonix was going to be her trump card.
And there was always a question mark about whether Madalena could manage her nutrition, had done enough training and had enough experience to be able to race all the way through to the finish line in her first proper trail marathon. But actually, I don't think that was the difference today. We could see it was partly a lack of experience, but just not quite technically as gifted as Judith to be able to flow through all those slightly technical, curvy switchbacks. And even Judith was struggling at times. But as they passed over the peak of Chalanan, that is where Judith made her attack and then just built that lead over Madalena Ferrier.
So Vida coming home to a very very loud crowd here in Chamonix, and totally delighted with her victory in the Mont-Blanc Marathon for 2024. Floria hung on in there. It was not an easy day. She did so much leading, but then lost the lead on the descent, but stayed strong to hold on to second place, and overjoyed with that, straight into the arms of the race winner.
And you can see how delighted she was with that second. And Yao Miao, always off the back of the main pack, sat and then attacked on the downhill. The final descent into Chamonix, overtaking Sophia Lockley for only her second ever podium. But again at Mont-Blanc, but what a race by her, showing her maturity. And this is our top 10.
Vida, Floria, Yao, the top three in the women's. Lautley having to settle with fourth, having won the title last year. And Filio of Spain, really good result from her to take fifth ahead of Caitlin Fielder of New Zealand. And Maud Mathis, who was up with the leaders for so long, struggling in the latter stages, seventh for her. Akila of Finland, 8. We got Therese Leboeuf, didn't really see too much of her, down in 9. And then Lactab of Norway, 10th position, making up for the withdrawal of Nordskar early on in the race due to the knee injury she suffered earlier on.
Now let's see our men's. And as expected, it was an extremely fast start. Both Roberto De Lorenzi and Remy Bonnet happy to sit at the front and push the pace. But actually, there was a very large pack of men running all the way through that first 10 kilometers. And it wasn't until the climbing began that we started to whittle away our pack. Elisine, as ever, happy to sit behind and observe, never doing much of the work. But at this stage, Remy Bonnet broke free from the group and started to push the pace. Robert De Lorenzi happy to go with him, and at one point even taking the lead before Remy Bonnet started to get a bit of a gap on the chasing field. This is the point we had the battle begin, and Remy start to show his performance on the uphills and build that lead. Kevin Kibet behind, always in touch with Fred Tranchant, also in tow. As they got to the steeping climbing past Latour, Remy started to pull away and the pack behind content to just sit together. Our four runners never losing too much touch with Remy. But on the downhill, this is where El Hussein surprised everyone and started to claw back on Remy. So by the time they passed through our aid station of Velocine, Remy and El Hussein were together. Remy making a slight mistake there, not picking up his bottle very well from Thibaut Baronian. Coming into this final climb, Remy knew he had to try and create some distance over him and Elisine. Attacked again, but still couldn't break the cord. And the group behind all still together, chasing them down. But in the climb to Becher, surprisingly, we found that Elisine actually attacked Remy on some of the climbs, disrupting his flow. Remy needed to stop for nutrition, and at this point it was still unclear who the favourite was. Remy content to lead in the climbing, but never ever able to quite break that cord to El Hussein. As they climbed up to La Flagère, El Hussein then mounted his attack. Roberto De Lorenzo separating himself from the other chasers. Remy, it looked like across the top, had created a bit of a lead. 20 seconds ahead of him before El Hussein attacked back using the more flowing terrain, that roller coaster, to mount a surprise attack on Remy to come through for his first ever victory at Mont-Blanc Marathon. Our winner today, El Lazoui from Morocco. A tremendous performance for him. Behind him, the Swiss, Remy Bonnet, running all the way through the line, both of them smashing last year's course record, and a huge amount of warmth and friendship between them shown on the finish line. And only his second ever podium the European trail running champion Roberto De Lorenzi coming through for third, also delighted to finally put together a golden gel performance at marathon distance.
So here you have it, the top 10 in the men's. Lazoui, Bonnet, De Lorenzi on the podium. Cabet and Ruto 4 and 5. Matjanko for France in 6, ahead of Frédéric Tranchant, who put up a really good fight early on. Francesco Pupi in 8th position, great top 10 for him. Rubio of Spain in 9, and Daniel Pattis making up the top 10 in what has been an absolutely outstanding Mont-Blanc marathon for 2024. Roll on 2025, roll on the rest of the Golden Trail World Series. We've got a long way to go before the grand final, and of course Zinal is next, and that is going to be an absolute cracker. Let's hope that all the big names are fit and prepared to travel.
And if you don't know about Sierra Zinal, 51 years old this year, an absolutely historic race where we expect to see the return of Patrick Kipangino to finally battle Remy and El Hassin and potentially Killian. And in the women's, we expect to see all of our runners from today coming back to take on the 31-kilometer race in Switzerland. It's been an absolute pleasure today. So many
still one or two runners out there. Yeah, let's wrap it up with some of the scenes in the finish area in Chamonix. It's been a wonderful performance. 2 new winners, 2 new records. Judith Fieder of Switzerland, 4:11:12 to win the women's race. What a battle she had with Floria. And El Hassin Lazoui of Morocco, the 32-year-old with perhaps the race of his life, to take the title here in Chamonix. The Mont-Blanc Marathon title has gone to him, and it's gone to Morocco. An outstanding day, and there's plenty more to come this season from the Golden Trail World Series.
We'll see you next time. Thanks for watching. Happy trails.